Live right now in live stream. Let's get into this. That's right.
Good morning.
Same time, same station.
Let's get this show on the road.
Tony's Caravan. You've been subjected to a highly sophisticated...
Presenting the world's latest episode. Presenting the world's latest episode. Presenting the world's latest episode.
Yeah, it's everything. This is the second time I've done this show. The second time today. And the first time I had this thing, get rid of some of this stuff. I had this thing set up, and I'll show it to you. Because this is the Tony Caravan Live morning show. For me, it's actually, I shot this show a couple hours ago. This little device here, let's see if you can get a handle on it. You screw a lens onto it. I'm going to do this. The show's going to be fairly long unless it gets cut out for some reason. You screw a lens on this piece and you put it over your camera. You see what it does? In fact, I don't know. Let's see if it helps. You can see over here, if you can see that, those are a bunch of cans of beer in one of my record bowls. I'll show you the whole thing. See, that's a bunch of cans of beer. And if you look closely, this is a record bowl. You know what a record bowl is? It's basically when you take an old piece of vinyl, and I've got my beer here and, my shirt on, and you can see a little bit more of the rest of the room, but this is it. Anyway, I had one of these set up, but sometimes it slips off the top of my computer. I've got one of these good old-fashioned from Apple's standpoint. It's the older version of Thunderbolt, or not Thunderbolt. Somehow, $1,000 screen. All right, and it ties into a computer that they discontinued the connection. The cat's using the litter box. I can't believe it. Well, I can believe it. So anyway, I've got the ashtray set up here. I got some candles below. I've got some Optimo silver. I forget if they were half decent or not. We'll have to see. And see, my phone's charged. My phone is charged, so I can disconnect that. So that's not going to cause any more complications. I bought some lottery tickets. And I have a filter for these cheap cigars that I bought, that I smoked through this. So we'll try a Swisher Sweet and see how that goes. In case you guys forgot.
Good morning.
Wake up.
Same station.
Anyway, so I'm going to take these Swisher Sweets out, put them in my little container. I remember I used to work with a guy in L.A. He found these little boxes. He says, "Oh, that'd be a great place to keep your dope." Anyway, cigars. This isn't pure tobacco, but an old habit is to wet the cigar and put it in the old filter. Obviously, this show has nothing to do with this. You saw the thumbnail. And then you take the old Zippo lighter. And light it up. Now, I have this thing that gets rid of smoke, which I forgot. I knew I forgot something. I shall be right back. Right, Boggy? That's the name of the cat. So let's see if we can get this thing plugged in. And yes, it's on. So what I'm hoping is that thing will eat the smoke with the candles. Swisher Sweet pack we no longer need. Yingling. Remember that Susan, what was her name? That chick. She dated that Bawatawa whatever guy. Man, my mind's gone to a total blank here.
Good morning.
I mean, it's like, well, anyway, she had a nice body. She went country. He went country. And she had a song, I Like a Good Beer Buzz. Remember that song? It was Santa Monica. She was talking about Santa Monica. In fact, I think I used to hang out. I know where she's talking about. It's weird, though. This is a Yingling lager from my hometown. And I know Dick Yingling is not watching this, who's the head of the company. But I used to know him, you know. I did some work for them. My family did a lot of work for him. And in the old days, I used to print stuff for the brewery. And I bought some lottery tickets. So I am going to, we're going to have a ball right now. So, you know, tune in, join me. Might be too early for some of you to, I'm going to forward something right now to somebody. I think this might be a link. On Drinking on Air. Check out the feed and make a comment or something. Cheers. Wish you were here. Wish you were here. TGIF. See if that goes. See if she gets it. Friend of mine. Drinking buddy. I better get rid of this. Okay. So anyway, this, I don't know how long this lager was sitting there, but it's got a little, well, it's lagery. It's lagery. I should have bought a lime when I was down at the grocery store today. So I didn't. So these are love coupons, I guess, just in time for Valentine's Day. And I asked the person behind a convenience store counter, I said, what are the newest ones? So the best chance for me to win some bucks. This is like the kind of life hey, remember, this is TV, you know, I'm following the Tom Green formula, you know, where he says, hey, this is TV, you know, he's right. Forget the legacy TV. This is TV. And I hope somebody tunes in. Just tell me that you can actually hear the sound, because I think it had to be that I was taping over something. It better not be for some other reason. If I sit here and drink beer at 9:28 in the morning, having a time of my life, and nobody can hear me, that would be, and this would be the second time I did this for an hour. That would be like c'est tragique. For those of you, you know, parlez-vous français folk. Let's see. I don't know what you need to win. So I'm scratching these scratch-offs live. And I guess, like usual, it's the match the number. I needed to match a 16, but there's usually like this caveat they have that if you get a certain thing, you win. But I've got such little lights on here, I'm going to have to like light it like with this lighter. Let's see. When any of your numbers match the winning number, win prize shown under the matching number. Reveal, looks like a ticket, win all symbol and win all prizes. Okay. Very unlikely that we would ever get that thing. Very unlikely. Okay, so 16, and that's a loser. Anyone who's ever done this knows the game. Who wins? You know. Do you ever really win? Okay, my number is 18. I got an 18. That, of course, free ticket. All you ever get. All right, so We got a free ticket. Put that aside somewhere. Set that there. So anyway, this morning show, I got into all this stuff. It was even a different theme altogether. The theme was, it was similar about everything you know is wrong and you don't know what you don't know type of idea. And that there's this facade veneer that they've placed across us right now. You know, the media, politics is pop culture, the cult of personality, the corporatocracy, you know, the Davos set, all these people, World Economic Forum, Great Reset crowd, you know, big pharma, big tech, you know, legacy media, all that kind of crap. Anyway, we got a 5, but no matches. That's a loser. And, you know, when I say that stuff, you know, a lot of people just take it with a grain of salt. But the idea is, yeah, that's another thing. I used to know this guy who owned this place called, it was like Maggie Mays, it wasn't Maggie Mays. It was down in Florida in the Gulf Coast. And he was cool. He made these great burgers. And he had this bar. And he had this really kind of busty bartender. She was kind of cool. I used to flirt with her a lot. I used to just go down there. Just kind of like, you know, to flirt with her and get drunk in the afternoon. I got a 10 and a bunch of losers. But he one time said to me, he goes, I like to put, you know, because it wasn't like it was that crowded a place and it was off, you know, the off season. I live down, you know, whenever you go to a place, semi-resort town, or where you have, like in Florida, you know, you have the, what do they call they call them the snowbirds. I got so many things going on. I wonder if you have to put a thing on your thing that says smoking. Like, do you ever watch these movies or series now? And it's like the various things that it contains, you know, like violence, sex, nudity, or whatever. The new one is now smoking. I was watching that show Rectify. I was trying to binge watch it. I ended up skipping the whole, I don't really inhale these things. I used to smoke years ago. When I drink, I just like kind of puff on a cigar. It's just a thing. My number's 9. And they're all losers. It almost feels like a double ticket. So there was this one girl character in there, if you've seen it, the sister of the guy who was like, by the end of it, they kind of like made it out that he was wrongly accused of everything. But, you know, for a while it was okay. And for a while she was hot. But like in the last two, definitely the last series, she just got real, like these actresses, I don't know, they get skinny, you know, like she got skinny. Her arms got like real skinny in it. And it was like, you know, she still had the face, you know, it's like the French models, the waifs, you know, I mean, that's been going on since I was a kid, you know, those, because that's why when you go to Hollywood, you know, Woody Allen once correctly said it in a movie. He referred to L.A. as Munchkin Land. And, you know, I lived out in L.A. and I was in the business. Hey, cruise! My mail just came up over top of everything, and I got this thing: cruise deals, Alaska. And that was part of the show I was trying to tell the other day. Have you noticed the uptick in spam? If you know, unless you're like, if you're 18 or 21 or 25 or something like that, and you were just a kid when the internet started, you don't know it. But when the internet began, well, first of all, there was no such thing as spam at all. And then once you know, these sleaze bags, you know, the people that do nothing, you know, but come up with ways of taking advantage of people. And some of them work on it's like Wall Street. That's another quick aside. You know, you used to have bookies, you know, before you had the daily lottery and the numbers games and stuff like that. In all the cities, most of the cities, particularly where I grew up in, like the coal region, you know, like where this beer comes from. See that? You had people played the numbers, and they were like, you know, the bookie type of people. It was a big thing. There used to be this candy store. I remember going in as a kid, you know, and there's a bunch of old men in there, and you go in to buy candy. It was like, what do you want, kid? It's like, it wasn't really a candy store. It was a front for the numbers players. And I think the numbers, it's just a little bit of American history that people might not even be aware of. The actual number that the bookies used to use was something like the daily treasury, something from the Treasury Department or something that came out every day. And that way nobody could, you know, accuse them of cheating or something like that. But I bought $10 worth of rub-offs, and all I got is a free ticket. You know, there was a time when it used to be like 1 out of 4, 1 out of 5 was a guaranteed winner. You know, I should have at least gotten a couple bucks back, but I didn't. These glasses are falling down. If you follow me, because I've got them taped together, can't go to a optometrist because of Ebola, right? They're treating this thing like it's the, you know, like it's a flesh-eating disease. It's a fucking flu. You can always tell a cheap cigar when you have to keep lighting it. I have a decent cigar in the other room, and you know, it's kind of almost a stogie. It's big, but that thing you could just leave laying around for the longest time, and you just pick it up and you could puff on it. So it's you know, it's just a sign of a cheap cigar.
Good morning.
That's right. Good morning, folks. So, okay, I played the lottery. I got my cigar lit. I got this thing that's supposed to work to help get rid of the smoke. Almost looks like there's things hanging out of it. And invited, you know, a person or two to stop in. I did 2 walks today. You know, walked a mile to take care of some business for this guy who's runs this business and doesn't trust his employees to, you know, close out his register and count his cash and get his deposit ready. So I've been doing that, but it's like sidewalks are just filled with snow. You can't, and the snow's frozen because it's in the 20s. So it's like, meanwhile, this guy's in Hawaii. All right. And he has no idea when he comes back, you know, by then probably comes back like the end of next week or something. You know, the streets, the sidewalks will probably be melted. We'll probably one of those days it'll get up to 40 or something like that. And it'll all melted. And I have no idea the horror and I went through to deal with this. And these moron employees that he has there that every day I go in, it's some kind of cluster, you know, thing. Like I had an episode, I've been taking pictures of, you know, of the things because of how crazy it is. Like every day it's something really, really weird, you know.
Let's get this show on the road.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Can I get a person out there? You don't have to like me, like this show. Someone just tell me that the audio is working so I can continue doing this. All right. I may have to even make a call and ask someone to do this. I'll give it a little bit longer. It had to be up top. It had to be that I covered a hole or something. I thought the audio came from underneath. But, you know, maybe I hit the wrong button or something. This tab is using your camera. What did it say? There's an email. Let's see if it was her person responding. No. That's somebody else, some of their COVID-19 thing. So anyway, I'll get into this thing. What I wasted an hour and 10 minutes this morning doing. You see, it already went out, which means it's a stale cigar. It's a useless piece of thing. I may have to go into the other room and get that stogie. So we have, if you've heard this all before, maybe, but you hear it from people that, that really are genuine tinfoil hat types, or they're in this YouTube thing to make money, right? And I don't want to drop names, but you know who they are. They're major players. It's like I was talking to one of my other videos. It's like these people start out doing this thing. You watch it, you get interested. You kind of you're into their personality, so it's a thing. And then suddenly you see them like buying all kinds of stuff and getting all kinds of new cameras and sponsorships, and it's like, they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars, or at least tens of thousands of dollars. Their wife quits her job, right? If you see a commercial on this thing, I don't know how they do commercials on a live broadcast, but on the replay of it, I'm demonetized. I've been demonetized. That's a long story. You have to go back to one of my earlier videos, my produced videos, not the live ones, where I explain why I'm demonetized. Not for any violation of terms of service. I don't violate the terms of service at all. I'm like, I'm just, this is TV. I'm just a TV, webcaster. But it had something to do with, I think in the early days, Google actually, I had developed some software that was like actually competition to Google search. And I was by some people at Google at the time who are probably no longer there, because people don't stay at these companies long because they make so much money at the higher up people that, they end up going somewhere else or just retiring, some going to New Zealand and getting ready for the things they're not telling us that are going to happen in the next 20 years. But they actually thought I was a threat. In other words, because I still to this day believe I had created better search than Google search. It's hard for people to believe, but it's true. So they, through some kind of like weird, way of explaining it, to me, they demonetized me. And I appealed and appealed until it's like anything else. They wear you down where you go like, well, forget it. It's like when I quit DirecTV, which I wanted to, I'm tired of TV, so I just got rid of it. And like my last bill was $33 or something, because I even when I had it, I kept it. I took it down to such a basic service, and called them and told them I wanted to cancel, and they're like, please stay. All you'll have to do is pay like X. We'll put you on the $29.95 type plan or something like that. Because everybody's leaving, cutting the cord in droves. And I'm like, all right, I'll keep it. And I say, but don't give me one of those things. I don't want any contract or anything like that where you say, I want to be able to go month to month and leave, blah, blah, blah. So I call them up and I say, I'm done. Okay. And I look online and it says balance due $33 or something like that. And so, they had my card on, whatever. The cat's here. I'm going to grab him. Just to show the people, and then you can go. So they hear about you just so they can see you. Say hi. And you even talked. See? I know, but look I've got these candles and beer cans and a cigar. It's no place for a kitty. I live alone with a cat. He wants to hang out. And don't smell a candle. You'll burn your whiskers. You're not missing anything. His name's Cooper Black. He's a black cat. So I was always a graphics person among all the other hats I've worn. And so there was a font called Cooper Black. They used to use it a lot for headlines in the 70s. So he's a black cat. I call him Cooper Black. His nickname is Blackie. But anyway, he's a really great cat. But like all cats, they want to be in the middle of everything. It went out again. I'm going to have to go in the other room and get that other cigar. So what was I saying? Tell me. So anyway, what was I saying? I forget. I don't know. Good morning. Well, let's start all over again. Good morning. So anyway, I did that. Then I went up the street to get a beer at a bar. And they don't let people, because where I'm at, and where a lot of people are at, there's like, these lockdown type of situations. I just wish somebody would tell me that the audio's working. I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to call someone. And I don't like to put somebody else's voice on the air, but hey, could you do me a favor? I sent you an email and there's a link to, I'm broadcasting live and I know you don't want to be on the air. I just need you to go to that link and see if the audio is working, and then just use the chat and say audio working. Thanks. Okay. Bye. Okay. That hopefully she'll do that, and I won't waste more time. This is 26 minutes and 31 seconds. This thing will go long because, hey, I've got these beers iced down, so I'm at least going to have a couple of beers. I'm not going to pull a Tom Green where he fell asleep on live TV, but I still think that's one of the greatest things, and that's what makes this great. Oh, good, she did it. Now I could say thank you. So audio's working great. What a relief. Yeah, that was such a nightmare. So it's like I did this hour and 10-minute show this morning. Hour and 10-minute show. And it was cool. And, and as usual, I like sifted through all that stuff. And she came on and then she quick left. Thanks for hanging out. Anyway, but I go upstairs to check it out because what I really wanted to check out was that I had installed an extension. You can only do this through Chrome, by the way, because Google, they try to keep everything in the so-called, under the alphabet umbrella. And so I got this extension that allows you to somehow record your camera, your screen from your camera. And I'm thinking, okay, great. Because the way the current live stream works, unless you buy third-party software, which is like $5.99, or you have to get some cloud service where you pay them a monthly fee, and hope that it works and it doesn't crash your computer or something weird like that. Unless you do something like that, this interface that's set up now, this live studio thing, has to be run on Chrome, and you can't add a picture. So if I want to tell you, hey, look at the snow from this morning, me trudging through. What I've done to people, and I'll even give you an example of if I don't burn myself on a candle. I'll just show you. In fact, I'm just going to flash this real quick. Look at that's actually money. That's that thing I do. I was like opening for this person. But the streets are just filled with snow. So like, here's an example. What you see is a lot of white. There's glare there, but I think you can make out that white is snow. But anyway, so I kind of almost have to do this in order to show people, what's going on. And, that sucks. Now, if I go into production, I have 100 some videos on the internet, and you can, you could watch them. It's weird when somebody, like, you don't know me, And so, but I was wearing glasses when you first saw me. So now, like, if you see me, I don't know, this eye doesn't even look like it's open. The magic eye, I don't know if you remember that from some movie. I forget what movie that was. With Robert Redford when he was like the baseball player that could hit things, out of the park every time he hit. What was that called? I forget. And, there was some guy who had the eye and he could like, that's how I like cover the lighter as if I'm trying to keep the wind from it. I'm inside my house, for crying out loud. But the idea is that when you see somebody, if you first see them with glasses and they take glasses off, then their face looks weird because you're thinking like, because you don't know them without glasses. I don't wear glasses as a rule. The only reason I wear glasses is for reading. And the reason I wear them when I'm doing these live webcasts and stuff is because I'm doing various things like like finding different things to push.
Same time, same station.
Or my
Let's get this show on the road.
Good morning.
whatever. And I'm going to keep adding to that too stuff. But I used to have, when I do a live one, I do a recorded one. I have production I could put on. So I could have an opening that's audio visual. And if I'm talking about the snow, I could have a slide appear right here in this area or something. So I hope that, these folks who are getting 6 figures on this team, Google team, will basically figure that out, and just expand some things. There should be something on the left or the right that says picture in picture, insert photo, add intro, add video, that kind of thing. I don't know why they don't do that. It's kind of weird. Like, I could play music right now, like pretend I'm a VJ, say. I could even play some of my own music. If I could find someone here. I make my own music. So let's like do a search for my name and my own thing. But, I've got a couple of really cool songs. So I'll get like a copyright claim on this. Now, I hope they don't. I don't know how they do that on live, right? But I'll see if I could find one that's not necessarily on, that I may not have put on. I have about 31 songs, or I don't know, maybe even close to 50 songs that I've registered with BMI, Broadcast Music Inc. It's like music publishers. So if my songs are played on the radio or Apple, or even YouTube, technically I get royalties for. But like, since I'm like this under the radar semi-nobody, but I still do occasionally. So I'm just going to do it anyway. I'll get a copyright hit for this, but it's like a copyright against myself. But like this song, this is called Game Over. And all the instruments are all me. All the vocals and instruments are all me. This song got some airplay. And it's kind of cool. It's funky.
It's not hard to see the things have gotten from bad to worse everywhere.
Let's just listen to it.
Humanity is clearly on a path of self-destruction and hopelessness. Not that things haven't seemed dreadful before. Ancient barbarism and slavery, the plague, the Holocaust, and all those wars.
Anyway, that's Game Over. You should check that out. Now, this is another one. Now, this one actually, I think this got played out in the West Coast and in New York City. This is like really a groovy thing. And these songs just came to me. When I listen back to these songs, I go like, I like these songs. They're on my playlist.
I was supposed to pay for this and that. And they would charge us for everything else. How do they expect us to act when they're kicking us down to the ground?
I mean, this stuff should be like mainstream.
How are we supposed to live?
I don't know. I like it. There was an old Second City TV thing where they had a before MTV type idea. It was called, like the video disc jockey. I'm just trying to get us to like, the chorus. And then I'll take it off. It's cool though. Here it is. Enough of the bull and lion crap. I'm just going to take it to the end. Listen to this like really cool like jam ending. Anyway, that was segueing into one of my other ones. And then I messed around with some of these, that fast beat type thing. Anyway, that's some of that stuff. That just got me like 3 copyright claims, But I don't know. What it means is that the music goes, I go through a third party CD Baby, I think it is. They manage the they're the ones that like get the music onto Google, onto YouTube and some other places. So if there's a commercial comes on, then the revenue from that commercial goes to them, and then ultimately I get like 2 cents. It's pathetic. People have no idea how fucked up the music industry is. The record companies, I said this the other day, they still have a stranglehold on distribution and the artists, and getting signed by a record company may seem like a cool thing, because it is a cool thing in a sense that you get that. There's 2 things you get out of it. One, you're going to be guaranteed distribution. All right. And that means radio airplay, real radio airplay, not the stuff that some people are really good at doing the internet things, but I'm not on tour or anything because I play every insert myself. I play my music live track by track, but it's still live. And, if you listen to a lot of my music, it's not like pure, perfectly done, because, I'm playing it. And I'm not going back and redubbing and doing all that stuff. I figure no. I mean, it's just like this thing. It's a live experience. But so the record companies get you distribution, but in some instances, like these A&R type people, they could give a band an advance or something, or get them into a recording studio, and so that they can have that, high-end, a good producer and high-end production. But like I say, I'm basically recording, writing, producing, engineering, physically recording, and then handling handling the music publishing, everything myself. So, but all that said, it doesn't matter, record company or no record company, they still take the lion's share. Sorry for the beeps. I've got everything on. They've got the lion's share of everything. And that's just the way it is. That's that. There's nothing you could do about it. I was only planning on having a couple of these. Let's see how this goes. Good, that's still cold. This cigar is stale as you can imagine. That's why I quit smoking cigarettes many, many years ago. I quit smoking cigarettes like really long time ago. It was because it was right around the time when they were raised the price. It was the price of cigarettes almost doubled and stuff. And there used to be a code on a carton of cigarettes that told you when it was made, right? And I remember calling the the tobacco company or something and getting somebody who told me how to read this code. And so I'd go in like the supermarket or wherever, and I'd look on the cartons and I could find out cigarettes that were only, had just been shipped within the past couple of months or something. But once a cigarette is 6 months or a year old, I don't care what anybody tells you, they're stale. I mean, it's like this super thin paper, and it's like there's some tobacco in there, and then they got other fillers, carcinogens, whatever. These cigars, so they ended that. And so I started the cigarettes. I was buying cigarettes and they were stale. And I'm going like, I'm not going to like burn my throat, and just be, inhaling, carcinogens into me. So I just stopped. I pretty much stopped cold turkey. I just didn't smoke. Now, whenever I have a couple of beers, I usually puff on a few cigars. But I'm noticing these cigars you buy, they're stale. People use them as like, they call them blunts, they cut it down the middle, take the tobacco out, and then they put pot or something in the middle, and then wet it up real. It's just like sharing joints, wet it up, and then they smoke them through a cigar. So it's like, But the thing is, I have to laugh, not only in these days of all kinds of diseases, but I remember even like in New York City and stuff like that. It's like, passing that joint, and all these people lipping this thing up, their DNA and whatever bacteria or whatever's in their mouth, I mean, it's not as bad as sharing a needle like people did and got AIDS and all that stuff. But I mean, it's certainly way up there, and the things not to do. And certainly right now. But I guess what I was trying to say in my earlier video, and it was about this plague that we're dealing with right now. Because, I don't know what's going on because I don't have TV. I mean, I know what's going on, but I don't know what's going on, put it that way. Because I'm aware, because, you turn on YouTube as my TV. I'm on TV, YouTube, and YouTube. I use YouTube as my TV to watch things. But I won't necessarily click on a thing, but you obviously see, recommended list and things that pop up on your, I watch it on my television. So, YouTube, I see all the various thumbnails or cards, whatever you want to call them, title cards. And so I know there's this guilty thing going on right now, And what I was said before in my earlier video, which was, you have to laugh. First of all, they're treating this thing, the plague, as if it's like Ebola, flesh-eating disease, okay? And people just totally bought into that. Two, it's from 2019. It's the year 2021, okay? They talk about mutations and stuff like that. Coronavirus has been mutating since like 2002. It's SARS. I had a coronavirus test. I had the thing over there. I tested negative. I'm going to get it. Why not? I'll just show it to you. Doesn't have my name on it or anything. Let's see. Okay, so this was like, I just clipped this. And you see it says RS-CoV-2 RNA, because it's an RNA virus, all right? And you'll see that it's, if you look down the bottom, it's SARS-CoV-2, not detected. But that's the whole thing. It says ARS. It's that ARS. It's SARS. Just this copy's cut off. It's SARS-2. It was originally SARS-1, back in 2002 or whatever. That's why they try to call it like novel or something. But what I was saying was that over 500,000 people die a year from heart disease, and 500,000 people die from cancer. In fact, I'm a cancer survivor. I guess that's what you call it. I never really thought of it that way, but I had cancer I had an operation. I had cancer a year and a half ago, prostate cancer. And I had to have what's called a radical prostatectomy, which means they take your prostate out because that's where the cancer was. And then every 3 months, I had to go get a blood test. That's like called PSA, free and something PSA or whatever it is, to make sure that your numbers are zero, And now I had my last one in January, which came out. So I'm a year free of it. And so now they're going to test me every 6 months. So in July, keep my fingers crossed that I'm still zeros. And I think if I make it through another year cancer free, then they just test me once a year type of thing. And then you just hope that you've kicked it, or that they got it all out and that it was just isolated in that spot. But you never know. And I'm sure there's people out there looking at this, watching me smoke a cigar, But, like I say,
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
So, yeah. So try to build up your immune system. I take the D3 every day. I've done a little research. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a nutritionist, so don't take my advice. Obviously, only take the advice of anything I say on here. Is this is television, right? What they call it, a LARP, live action role playing, right? So whatever you do, you talk to your doctor before doing it. I'm just like giving you like anecdotes and things of that nature. Don't smoke, don't drink, those kind of things is what I'm, so you talk to your family and professionals before doing anything. But I've read about this vitamin D3, which is what you get from the sun. And if you're in the northern, I'm in the mid-Atlantic states now. And if you're in the northern hemispheres, I believe it's between like April and maybe September or something like that you're going to get that UVB from the sun that's strong enough to give you the vitamin D that you need to activate some 1,000 receptors or so in your body and really help your immune system. But in the wintertime, even if it's sunny, you're not, because the tilt and all that of the planet and everything, you're not going to get enough. So they recommend, and like I say, you ask your doctor, but they recommend that you take a supplement in the wintertime, because we really do need vitamin D. And the supplements are usually D3, not just D. And I think it's like 1,000 IUs, 25 mcgs or some kind of thing like that. There's a middle ground. You could take less or you could take more. I just chose to take the middle ground. I figure I'll take, be in between. I don't want to take too much. I don't want to take too little. And so, I do that. And then I just try to eat, foods that have things like zinc, which are good, and other kind of antioxidant, that kind of stuff, just to keep the immune system boosted and all that, happy horse crap, This cigar is so stale that, look, it's like actually I could see that it's peeling off. So I'm going to just end it. Yeah, it's stale. It was stale. I just basically messed up my throat, Yeah, because that's what you really do. You burn your throat. It's like, and that's how you can get like cancer. And that's how people, you mess up your gums, you mess up your throat. It's like people who have problems with a lot of indigestions, and they end up getting esophageal cancer. Let's see if this is any fresher. piece of tobacco. It's live TV, folks. Let's hope it's better, you know. You want to have some kind of enjoyment. My dad taught me that one. He was a cigar smoker. He had the best cigars. He's no longer with us. He died of Alzheimer's a while back. But he was a great guy. So if they were really serious about this thing, you don't see them doing half the things for heart disease or cancer that they're doing for this thing, right? This SARS-2 thing. And they're holding off funding and doing things for it so they can have this guilty trial thing. So, you know, I mean, use your brain. You got to be a free thinker. Think about that for a second. I mean, isn't that right in your face, them telling you, well, we don't take it that seriously, right? We're not taking it seriously enough. Hey, look, those guys know, you know, the MAGA thing, you know, the cult of personality, which I'm against all that cult of personality. I don't believe in this hero worship and cult of personality thing. I don't believe any one person is the answer to anything, especially when we live in the age of the corporatocracy. And Western civilization has already collapsed. It's just that nobody knows it, right? And we're on the verge of basically going into this, you know, a nova with our sun. Magnetic field is weakening and the planet is cooling, not heating up. And we'll be witnessing food shortages and all that kind of stuff in the coming months and years. They're supposedly, you know, Europe is doing horrible. Same thing. Went out. I just lit it and it went out. So it's another stiff. See this? You pay money for a thing, but they don't care. That's the thing. You buy something and it doesn't work. You get software. Choose your mortgage partner, you know? All it is scams. Like, you know, yesterday I was showing the thing about 36%. Here, get a here's a credit card. You're pre-qualified. $500 credit limit, right? Just, you know, just call this number. Just send this in, whatever, you know, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, but, you know, we're going to deduct $100 right off the top. So, and then you're going to pay 36% interest on that. And then you got monthly, we're going to charge you for this, that, the other. Within a year, you're going to be in collections, a credit agency collections. And, you know, and after that, after a couple of years, you're going to end up owing us a couple $1,000. And the government allows that to happen. You know, it's like the FDA. The FDA approves a drug, right? And then the drug goes to the market. Then they advertise the hell out of it. And then a year later, all the lawyer commercials are on telling you how many people died from that drug. And then the people who worked at the FDA get jobs working for the pharmaceutical companies, right? You know, or FDA attorneys end up working, you know, in pharmaceutical attorneys and whatever. It's like this big revolving door down in Washington, D.C. And it doesn't matter who you work for, they're all making millions of dollars. Everybody in Congress somehow became millionaires, but they don't make $1 million salaries. I know, Blackie. I'm sorry. Poor cat. He's lonely because I'm doing this, and he doesn't understand I'm talking to a, you know, magic mirror, right? But that's the whole thing. And you have to wake up to that. Just for yourself, though. Not to do anything. Like I say, I'm totally, absolutely 1,000% against any kind of protest, you know, and all that stuff. I think it's all exercises in futility. There's no room over here for you. Okay? I know you want to be in the middle of it. I'm smoking stale cigars, talking to nobody. Where are you going? Look it. Let's put a head up into the camera. Do you realize it's a nice profile you have there? But do you realize I'm smoking a cigar? You just walked over ice beers. There's candles over there. They can burn your whiskers. I got to clean your litter box again for the umpteenth time. Give me a break. I'm going to have to go in the other room and try and hope that other cigar I have from before isn't, hasn't gotten stale, because I haven't really done. I don't do this. Well, I rarely ever. I mean, St. Patrick's Day would be a day when I would have a Guinness maybe at 10 o'clock in the morning. Once in a blue moon. But and even drinking these days, I'm lucky if I have happy hours maybe twice a month or something like that now. Sometimes it's only once a month. It depends. Summertime a little bit more. It's a matter of when you live alone. It's a matter of somebody coming to visit. Really. I live fairly inexpensively. I got I grow my food in the garden. I'm self-sufficient. I live on, an income that's enough to get by. I don't need things. I no longer have that desire. Like I need to get the latest bright and shiny object. And I still know how to fix things, that kind of stuff. So you just live and you exist, and that's kind of my life. So it's me and my cat, and so the cat becomes, so it'd be the same if I had a dog. They become a little more attached and clingy because we're the only two living things in this. I feed birds out in the backyard. See, it went out. So this is a brand new pack, and I just opened, and it's stale. See, it's not so much that you're breathing it in deep into your lungs or anything like that. That's not the stale factor. It's the idea that you just kind of puff it in your mouth, and you want that tobacco flavor. Like it's hard to describe, but anybody who smokes cigars understand it. It's like there's a flavor to it, and this is nothing. So I think I'm going to try another one. So this is me. This is Tony Caravan's the name. There's my book, Codex, right there. And I played you a few tracks from some of my music that's out there, and it's everywhere. It's like, it's not like I'm, it's like I'm under the radar in one regard. Okay. My videos, certain videos get like very, very few views, but my book's on Apple Books, Kindle, in print on Amazon, available at other bookstores. It's available internationally on sale. My music's available everywhere, even on Spotify. If you go to places like Spotify, play the newer tracks, not the older tracks. My original CD, 8 tracks, I'm not too happy with it. And I explain this often, but since I have such low viewership, I might as well re-explain. It doesn't matter. That it's like when you discover an artist and you hear a song and you like it, and so you buy the track, or you used to buy the CD, but say you buy the digital album or something like that. And then you're into it, and you say you're just looking around on one of the iTunes or one of these music sites or something like that. And then you see the artist's name, and you see like their first album or something, and you buy it. And then you buy it, and you realize it sucks, So I wouldn't say my first CD sucked, but I would say that there's only about 3 songs on it that are good. So just be aware of that. I have a bunch of the physical CDs here. And if anybody wants them, it's the real bitch today is shipping. Amazon, the post office doesn't, our tax dollars like subsidize Amazon, which really sucks. So they have free, you have Amazon Prime and stuff. You get basically next day, or sometimes even always 2-day, but I mean, sometimes next day, free shipping. But if I want to send something to somebody I know, like I was trying to send something to my mother around Christmas or something like that. And the smallest box, these tiny little boxes. In fact, I have some here. Let's see. This is like a priority mail box. Okay. Now look at it. It's not even, you couldn't even, anybody remembers what a VCR is, you couldn't even fit a VCR into this. And I think this cost something like $8 to send. Imagine that, like $8. Yeah. You used to be able to get a box. It was like about, fairly squarish almost. More rectangular than square, but kind of. It was like tall. You could stuff all kinds of stuff in that thing, or even the priority mail envelope things. They weren't that expensive. Now they're out the roof. But like Amazon, Bezos just quit Amazon because he made so much money this year. He's like worth $60 billion or something like that. He made, I don't know what it is, but it's something insane like that. What do you do with $60 billion? And it's like Elon Musk. I was talking about him earlier today. I was criticizing him on some statements he made on Joe Rogan. I don't recommend Joe Rogan. I think Joe Rogan's a joke. I think he's a pansy. I think he just plays up. He's another guy who just made $1 million doing something I invented. I invented the podcast. I did. I seriously invented the podcast. Before there were iPods. I could actually prove it to you. Let's see if I have any of these things here. Let me go to my library. Let's see here. See if I can find some of these things. I know I had them on here. Sorry about that. I'm going to type my... Cancel. What are you talking about? T-O... See live, maybe. Okay, TC Live, right. Just listen to... This is like this is me. This is a show from 1999, but here's... I'm trying to find a non-music show, me talking. I guess I don't have it on here, so much for that. Sorry. Went out. Well, anyway, me and a couple friends of mine, I talk about this often. We used to have a server. At one time, I used to just pay this guy out in San Diego who had an ISP who had like a really good streaming capability. I paid a ridiculous amount of money. I don't know, $400 a month or something. And I used to do a show. This is back in the 90s, when nobody was doing. No, I mean, come on, 90s. We're talking like 25 years ago. And then a couple of us they had these ISPs also had a thing called co-location, colo. And you could put your own server. So you could like buy a server, buy a PC, and soup it up, put your own hard drives in it, your own software and stuff, and co-locate it at this ISP. So you were connected right in. And so you were able to take full advantage of all of their bandwidth. And we did that. And we had something called a Real Audio server on there at the time. And we were going live, in the 90s. Okay. All right. And I used to have these music shows. I used to do lounge music, but I used to also, we had a rock station. I had a rock station that was complete. It was automated. It was 24/7, different formats with all those kind of those cool kind of show liner things, and drops and stuff like this.
You've been subjected to a highly sophisticated.
That's where all that stuff comes from,
Let's get this show on the road.
And then I was doing a talk show, then I was just getting into shows like this. And this was, like I said, the iPod wasn't, may have been a glimmer in Steve Jobs, eye somewhere, but it was like basically, I don't know, five or almost 10 years before anything like that ever even came out. There was nobody doing anything like that. I mean, a handful of people. And some of them were like, there were some satellite services. So shortwave radio was the thing because you could get a shortwave show. That's how like Alex Jones got his start. He was on shortwave and, radio. And I had a shortwave radio and you'd pick up these shows because it was fairly cheap. And I almost did it because I was talking to them at one point. I was going to put a show on shortwave. And then, these guys I was hanging with, we figured out this whole internet, way of streaming and stuff. And I just figured we'll just stream on the internet. And then it was literally like there were so few people doing it. And so these guys, I don't know how old Rogan is. Is he in your 40s or something like that or whatever? So take back 25 years ago. What was he like? He was on doing some kind of he was just like in his 20s doing some kind of TV show. It was like scaring people on TV shows or some kind of weird thing like that. I don't know, however you guys beginning. He calls himself a stand-up comic. I don't think he's that funny, really. He looks like Joe Garagiola. If there's anybody out there who remembers like that baseball classic guy, Joe Garagiola. He was in his later years. He was an announcer. If unfortunately I'm using this because otherwise I'd be able to put a picture of Joe Garagiola and Joe Rogan next to each other, and you go, that's the same guy. But at least Garagiola had this great football or baseball career, made something of himself. But yeah, we were the pioneers of that. These guys didn't even know what was going on. I mean, and so anyway, I laugh at them, and the guy sits there and he smokes pot and shit like that, and brings in guys like Elon Musk who's talking about space exploration and Mars bases and all this kind of stuff, and I'm going like, yeah, it must be nice here's Rogan, who's this mega millionaire now, who made all this money on the internet, basically copying stuff that, doing stuff that pioneers like us, created, gave, laid the foundation and did all the hard work to make it possible, And then you got Musk, who's like this billion, probably worth $1 billion, who's got all these dreams of all this kind of stuff, but he never comes out with the truth. Like he's one of the square jaw fakers. I mean, I'm not criticizing his car. Okay, yeah, you got your Tesla car. Great, good thing, cool. Those solar things you put on houses and stuff, yeah, it's a good idea, man. Great ideas. Yeah, some of your rockets, except for the last couple that crashed, okay, that's all cool, fine and dandy. All right. But why don't you tell people the truth instead of, and this is what I want to get into. Tell people the truth about what's really going on. In other words, you are never solar, these batteries, the Tesla system, the Tesla factory is never going to be able to power farming equipment that's the size of a house that is essential to feed America and Americans. is never going to be able to power an excavator, cranes to repair buildings and bridges, to build bridges, fix infrastructure, emergency vehicles like fire trucks that weigh so much and require such a burst of power to do something that those batteries would go, right? Major city ambulances, emergency vehicles, not these little things, little vans you see in the cities, small towns and stuff, but those big, heavy things, megaton things that, in the cities where they have disasters, dealing with like triage and all this kind of stuff, so what I don't like is that you got this pot smoking Joe Garagiola, it's an insult to refer to say that, actually. Joe Rogan. This is out. Nothing's working today. Brought this just in case. Always be prepared. That's my motto. That's why I have a backup cigar I'm about to go get in about 10 seconds. So you got this guy smoking pot, with Elon Musk and these other guys. And then you got Elon Musk talking about how great it's going to be and, recreate the Star Trek world and all this kind of stuff. That's like Virgin Atlantic, and their space program, right? Weren't we supposed to be able to be going on those tourist trips, right? This stuff is for like the super elite, and it's like, what it is? It's like Disney World or Epcot Center for people that make so much money that they, they're going to go, oh, we're going in low Earth orbit around the Earth. Look how cool this is. It's like, yeah, right. What'd you pay for that? $10 million for that ticket? Oh, we're going to go to Mars. Yeah. Good luck with that. Most of the first attempts, with, going to Mars and Venus attempts and all that, the odds of crashes are tremendously high. Forget about this little love coupon, odds. You might win a free ticket if you buy 10 or 12 of them. You get on a spacecraft, the last 2 rockets came down and just blew up. There are so many factors in there. And then you've got people today that are more worried about drinking their Starbucks coffee, getting paid 6 figures, all these support staff at these big companies, big tech companies. They don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. They don't know what a hammer is. That's what I'm trying to say. Like these people with this whole climate thing and all these Europeans, these Euro trash bureaucrats from the EU, Brussels and stuff, who are pushing this like World Economic Forum's Great Reset. We got to get rid of the carbon-based society and destroy Western civilization at a time when we've got food shortages and we basically need to up our game in producing oil and gas, not eliminate pipelines. We're going to need 10 times the fuel. All right. In Germany, I said this yesterday, I believe. In Germany, you can fact check this with real fact checkers, not the fact checkers that are supported by the companies that are supporting the propaganda. That's the funniest thing, right? They'll fact check something, but then you look at who their sponsors are. It's like they're fact checking, supporting a dogma by somebody who's paying them to do it. It's just like at the academia, right? It's like the communist Chinese support, put this money into the universities to get their propaganda across to people. And that's why this whole country's got infiltrated with all this communist Chinese, craziness, and they're stealing our technology and everything. My chair just fell down. But, you have to understand that these people are technically illiterate, if not functionally illiterate. They're technically illiterate. Code writing is not a big deal. Anything one human can do, another human can do, right? And this whole idea of AI and these algorithms and the technocracy and all that kind of stuff, Moore's law, is bull. Is bull. You know, everything reaches a point, you know, a singularity point. And I don't mean like in the singularity, like where they say, like, you know, the Earth's going to be black goo. Forget about that. That's also a bunch of nonsense. The Earth is going to do just fine. It's like its own ecosystem. All right. Carlin was like good about that. People would go, we need to save the planet. And then Carlin's line was, the planet doesn't need saving. It's the people that need saving because they're whacking their head. And so like these super rich elite, yeah, we want to go to Mars. It's like, yeah, maybe you'll be lucky and maybe, you know, you won't crash, you know. But then you get there, what are you going to do? And are you going to be able to make it home? Or are you going to stay there for the rest of your life? You know, and think you're going to build some breakaway civilization on Mars? Mars isn't protected by an atmosphere the way we are and stuff. You know, they have these problems with these ridiculous, like, you know, these dust storms. There's radiation problems there. You know, it's the same with the moon. It's why we don't have moon bases and all that kind of stuff. You know, the movie 2001, which was made back in the 60s, you know, the reason that never came to fruition was because the idea that there's so much stuff shooting around out there, you know, it's a shooting gallery. And you know, and the smallest piece, like I pointed these things out. I'm going to just do this, like this thing that came out of my my mouth, this filling. Can you see that? Now, I don't know if that's like black and silver. I hope it's silver. I hope that they didn't put, I don't think it's lead. But those things they used to put into people, dentists used to, you know, put into you when you were a kid for a filling instead of putting in something like, you know, even though they knew the technology, because I remember reading about it, like barnacle type of stuff, you know. Really, they should have just been putting like cement type of things in there, ceramic, you know, kind of stuff for your teeth. Nowadays, they do that stuff, I believe. I haven't been able to get to a dentist because you can't. You got to get a COVID test, or if you call them, we're not taking any new customers, or we're not doing this. So it's kind of crazy. So anyway, I'm going to get this other cigar. And in the meantime, I'm going to keep this live stream on the computer. I got two keyboards here and I have to keep going. You know, check out this tune. And I'll be right back with a new cigar and take care of some business.
It's not hard to see the things have gotten from bad to worse everywhere. Humanity's clearly on a path of self-destruction and hopelessness. Not that things haven't seemed dreadful before. Ancient barbarism and slavery, the plague, the Holocaust, and all those wars. But amid the horror and despair of days gone by, there are always places and people in other parts of the world that were unaffected. Places for the fortunate to escape to. People who were welcoming and who cared. Now we live in a world of desperation where billions of people are suffering. Poor, sick, enslaved, just downright unhappy. Those few who are merry and live well do so by taking from the rest of us. And those who are accepting and content are as guilty as those who are in charge. Yeah, there's no happy ending this time. Because there's no place to run. No new country. No land of opportunity. Each year it just gets worse for more and more people. And only those who are in pain seem to see through the lies. It's as if life is a video game and we're just characters in a virtual world. We have little control over limited lives, while the players are having all the fun. In fact, some believe that the universe is a simulation, and that's the way it is. And perhaps they're right. And now that we are starting to realize
This is fun.
it's all a game, the game is about to end. In fact, it's because we're starting to realize that it's a game, that it's all about to end. Game over.
Game over. Game over, man. Atomic fireballs. Do you remember those things? Did you ever taste them as a kid? That's exactly what this stuff tastes like. The candy. It's like an atomic fireball. But it's for adults. So we're going to see how long we can do this. Anyway, so I got this cigar, and it seems to be wrapped. And I might as well show you this warning. This product contains nicotine, blah, blah, blah. Don't recommend you do this at home. This is Excalibur, a product of what country does this come from? Handcrafted master cigar makers of Honduras. So I guess that's the next best thing to a Cubano. The last one I had of this tasted pretty fresh. You see, this is a pretty big cigar, but I have a filter for this too, which I have to go grab. Be right with you. Where is that thing? I know I got it here somewhere. Make your book. This is an afternoon with TC. It's like it's almost like the cover of this book is apropos. Let's see. My Life is a Serialistic Nightmare. This is a good book. I would recommend getting it. It was one of my earlier books. A couple of books ago. And the problem with real cigars is that you have to poke either one of those cigar things that, you know, they clip off the edge of, or what I do is I use a toothpick to make sure I can get the draw. And so, and then I have this. This thing is ridiculous. Look at that. As if this is some magical thing. But what it is it's a filter that I'm going to put this in to, and this makes this thing really super sized. I can't believe this cigar. It's so stale, that other one. Let's see if we get a light out of this. Now that's a cigar. So, lager. some of that cigar nonsense off me. I mean, look at the sheer size, the sheer size of this thing. It's crazy. It's a stogie. But it's way fresher than that other thing. Way fresher. So we're just going to go with this. I've got a couple beers still on ice. And, if anyone's out there, don't be shy. You can see like people come on and off, but they look and then they're afraid. Don't be afraid. It's not like a personal thing. Just come on in and hang out. You don't have to talk. You don't have to chat, You don't have to chat. Say hello. But so yeah, that's it. So we've got this veneer over top of everything. And people just like, they're addicted to media. They're addicted to dopamine hits from social media, like, which I've quit all of those. All right. And they're still holding on to the cult personality. And it's like, it isn't, you have to break away. This us versus them or this partisan nonsense is crazy. Yeah, they're lunatics. And, I could get into, one side versus the other. Yeah, they're just crazy. There's crazies out there. What's probably going on right now on TV, which I refuse to watch, but I can tell from the titles of these cards that come across when you turn on the YouTube, people who are having discussions about it, that it's, it's insanity. And both sides see things in such different ways. They're diametrically opposed to one another. It's crazy. I mean, it's insane. They're maniacs. This cigar is so big, it won't even fit in my ashtray. And since I quit smoking, I used to have some bigger ashtrays, but I gave them away. I forgot about this the last time I was smoking one of these. This is the second. I bought 2 of these one time. But see, that's a real cigar. And if you look closely, you see the way the ash is burning there. One way of looking at this show is that, if you're just hanging around, you can't find anything on Netflix. And, for probably the first hour of this show was weird and surreal, like my book that I pulled up. But, it's like, this is communications, it's like just tuning into, I'm no Rush Limbaugh or some Rachel Maddow, these various, opposing viewpoints of, or Bill O'Reilly versus, whoever, somebody on CNN, these are just people making a living parroting the same things over and over again. It's like the same issues. How many times can you talk about impeachment? How many times can you talk about, well, it's and reanalyze the idea, the outcome, and what the vote is going to be like? It's like, that's why I never, I played sports when I was younger. But then I stopped, and then I kind of just got into music and reading and, all kinds of other things. And the reason I did that was because, and even my relatives, my parents, even my dad and stuff, he loved watching sports and all that stuff. He spent all his time watching it. But it's like, and then I go out to, when I get old enough, I'd go hang out at a bar and it'd be like, game on. And I'd be there to drink some beers. There'd be these beautiful girls, and And the guys would be like, if it was baseball season, they'd be going, hey, such and such has, such and such an average, he's, blah, 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 blah. He's hitting this, hitting that, they're going to bring in somebody from the bullpen, this guy's pinch hitting this and that. And I'm like, your mind is all filled with all of these statistics, And then, football, it's even worse, and, like I didn't watch the so-called big game, last week. I'm against that. I haven't watched that in years. My whole attitude on that, and I played football. My whole attitude on that is that the absurdity of it is that, okay, so somebody wins and then what? They get their ring and their trophy, and then you start all over again. I'm not that kind of person. I'm a completion type of guy, I can't wait till it's over. It's like I'm doing this thing for this guy right now. I'm like Xing off the days. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days more of dealing with that cash box nonsense? I'm just checking my email. Choose your mortgage. Junk. Sorry. Junk. Craziness. Let's give an invite to another loon. Forward. If I can spell the name right. I'm live. Been live for over an hour. Drinking and smoking. See if we get that, catch that guy. But yeah, that's a new thing. You know how I say yeah? I first noticed it when I was, not me, but I first noticed that expression. There was mail being sent. When I was watching this, like, kind of this cute girl, graduated from college and ended up going back to work for her dad's farm. But a big farm, big company farm, acreage type of farm. And the thing is, and she was hot, but she's, in my mind, a kid, it's like, I could admire the beauty of, the 20 something, girls and stuff. But, at this point in life, I've been married twice. I've had I had some hot girlfriends over the years. Some crazy ones, was that song by that one girl? Don't you wish your girlfriend was a freak like me or something? It's like, yeah, I had a girlfriend. I had a couple. I know one was a real freak in a good way. She was too much. I don't know how many years I had with her, several years, but it was like, it was just too much. It was too much. I'm older now, so it's like, I don't know, somebody younger looking at me now might not be able to grasp, the concept. But yeah, I was a player. I was a Hollywood, New York player type of guy, party guy who threw the parties, always had a girl, girl on my arm somewhere. That kind of thing. I just got out of that thing, as I got older after my second divorce. I never had kids or anything like that. Because my last wife was a Dutch actress. 6 foot tall Dutch actress. Basically kind of initially hooked up with me, I think, because she wanted a green card. I met her out in Malibu through some other people in the business. I was doing some talent managing out in L.A. for a while. I mean, I was writing, producing, talent managing, helping, kind of was involved in the rebirth of the Troubadour, though, a lot of people aren't, the Troubadour had become a pay to play. this is Tony Caravan stuff now. You know, I get into anecdotes, and so I'm going to give you a little anecdote for those who have the, you know, willing to tune in sometime. But it's at one. This video is at 1 hour and 35 minutes. So the chance of anyone getting, like, from here, I'm going to probably do this for another hour. From here to the next hour will probably be the best, right? But the chance of anyone getting this far to really get into the good content, the meat of it, is so unlikely. You know, it's ridiculous. You know, let's take another one of those little fireball hits. See, this isn't isn't liqueur. They make these out of, you know, they're like, remember when they had wine coolers and then beer coolers and stuff? Now they're making like things that were traditionally like little liqueur and shot type drinks. Somehow they got it figured out by using malt beverages. It tastes exactly the same way though, and it has kind of a similar, you know, little kick to it. But so yeah, when I was out in LA, that was my scene. I was producing, writing screenplays, managing talent. All right. I had originally gone out there and I was doing a lot of graphic design, high-end graphic design and that kind of stuff. And, you know, and I had met different people, and I met someone who was trying to get the Troubadour back together because the Troubadour had become a pay-to-play place. And this is when, like, pretty much metal, you know, heavy metal music was like the thing. So like in LA, all the bands were metal, you know, so even the Whiskey, you know, those type of clubs, you know, along the strip, right? And it's funny, if you got on Sunset Boulevard, you know, that strip portion where like the Whiskey is, Whiskey a Go-Go, you know, so, but the Whiskey and these various clubs, there's a couple clubs right in a row there. On a Saturday night, Friday or Saturday night, is like there was metal bands playing there, right? And they were just LA bands, you know, and some of those bands would be bands that you would know now. Okay, this is the late 80s or late 80s, early 90s, I think, era. Okay, so you could figure me. I've been at this game for a while. But the funny thing was, there used to be this sushi place across the street on that little small strip where like there was a higher concentration, like 3 clubs pretty much almost in a row. And I'd go in there, and I used to be a sushi guy, and I'd be in there with some girl I was dating or something, and I'd be looking out eating and looking out the window at the strip, or you come out of the sushi place. And it seemed almost every girl was blonde, beautiful, nice set of breasts, and was wearing like a short leather skirt, you know, maybe boots or heels or something like that. It was just like, it was ridiculous. I mean, the metal scene, that scene was so like, it was crazy. It was just insane. Well, anyway, the Troubadour had there was no long, forget about Neil Young. I met Neil Young at the Troubadour. He wanted to shoot a video there when we were like trying to bring the Troubadour back to life. He shot a video there, and the name of the video song was "How Come I Keep Fucking Up," which apparently was like something they released in Japan, but obviously wasn't going to make it on U.S. radio. And if you're a young fan, you know that song. How come I keep fucking up? So I met him there during that shoot. I was hanging around that day. But no, what it was at the time was what they did was a band would want to play there, and they were all like I said, it was metal was in. LA was metal. I remember helping out because I had graphics background too, because I'm from a printer family. I'm the son of a printer, you know, basically. My grandfather, you know, around the turn of the last century, all right, was Well, I think he started out in the grocery business, but he was making flyers, and he made flyers, and other people wanted to make the flyers for his grocery store or that kind of promotional thing. And other people asked him to do it. And he realized there's more money in printing these flyers and stuff than there was in selling, apples or whatever the hell he was, and cereal, grocery store items, But yeah, he built a printing shop, and then my father ended up taking it over, and my brother to this day actually still is running a printing shop. So it's like I'm the son of a printer, and still have relatives in the printing business. I mean, that's how crazy it is. And I published magazines and stuff later on, and did things like that. And of course, was a creative director of that agency. I told you, man, this stuff gets greater as it goes on. So anyway, the whole thing what was going on in LA was that, okay, so it was the metal scene, these metal bands and all that kind of stuff. And all the girls were like, yeah, all the girls all look the same. They all dressed the same. It would have been similar to probably like the Haight-Ashbury times, in 69 or something, when all the hippies, when you see these movies and all these flower girls and everybody looked the same, kind of, more or less, Well, that was LA, but it was metal, that was what was in. But what the Troubadour was doing at the time, and somebody from the Troubadour is looking at this, because they've erased this kind of period. It's like a lot of things, people, they forget, it's like I was trying to say about podcasting, this is like a third level aside. There was a thing when in the 90s in the internet, there was something, if you wanted to create a modem or you got a computer, they used to say you needed a Hayes compatible modem, right? Hayes compatible modem. And the funniest thing is, and it's not funny for those people, but the company Hayes that you needed a Hayes compatible modem, but before the internet became big, right? The company Hayes went out of business, right? And that's kind of the same thing with like guys, like that's a common thing that happens with pioneers in industries and stuff. That the people that like got it started and did it, and then they did all the hard work and created the original stuff. Nobody knows who they are, and history forgets them. Like they're forgotten, And I'm sure there's people, and this goes back to, recorded history or unrecorded history, I should say. Excuse me. You're not going to see them doing that on TV. So a band wants to play at the Troubadour and other clubs in LA. But we're saying the Troubadour because it still had that name, You had the front bar, and then you had a bar inside, We ended up building a VIP room upstairs and stuff. But with like glass overlooking the stage, it was kind of really funky and cool. I mean, I was there during that whole time. And I helped all the initial. I designed like the VIP cards. I designed like the original ads and stuff like that. And there's some other things I did. Some things I wish I would have done differently. But what happened was they wouldn't pay the band money. Instead, they would give the band tickets. So a band would get, say, and I forget this is, like I say, this is 30 years ago. So I can't remember the exact details. I remember the time, the era and the place and stuff. But, I'm not going to, after 30 years, or the minutia goes, gets lost. Though I have some things laying around I could probably dig out. But I don't know how many tickets they gave, but say they gave 200, say a band wanted to make $1,000, right? Or something. So instead of you getting paid $1,000, they would give you, say, 100 tickets at $10 or 200 tickets at $5 price. And your job, the band members' job, and their groupies and their, people like that, supporters of the band, would go out and try to sell these $5 or 10 tickets, right? and then you'd bring the tickets. Of course, you could pay $5 at the door to see the band. But I mean, that was the whole idea. It was called pay to play. And that way you sold the tickets, you know, so if you sold out your 100 or 200 tickets at $5 or $10 a pop, whatever the heck it was, you got paid $1,000. That was called pay to play. You know, it was like pay to play. And that's how it worked. You know, and if you were lucky enough to have a record company or a showcase type of situation, and LA had a lot of showcase clubs there. And I remember I used to go to showcases because I knew lots of guys in bands and stuff like that. I mean, now I was like a part of the LA scene. You know, I knew people. I knew the entertainment editor of, you know, of like newspapers and magazines. I was connected, you know. And so, you know, you'd hear some band or there's some showcase at such and such a club or whatever. And, you know, so the record company in effect would buy out the club that night. And that's how, and then they would invite all these various, you know, VIP type people or stuff like that, record companies, any kind of media people, all the influential people to come to that event. And that's how they would promote their band. You know, it's stuff like that. Or the band would, you know, if the band had backing, management of the band would, you know, buy out the club and then invite all these A&R people and all those other people to try to get a record deal for the band. That's how the industry works. You know, it was a lot different back then. And that was a time in LA when, you know, before the resurgence, you know, it was a small town. You know, it's hard to describe. You know, LA's a real big place, but like West Hollywood, Sunset Boulevard, you know, Sunset, La Brea, Sunset, La Cienega, because you know, the Troubadour was down. You know, if you were on Sunset Boulevard and you took La Cienega down, then you were on I forget that street. It was right almost at the borderline where if you went right, you were in Beverly Hills. You know, that classic "Welcome to Beverly Hills" sign that you saw in Beverly Hills Cop. And there used to be just up the street on La Cienega was a cool bar. It came with like a B or something like that. Man, I can't even remember that. But that was a really cool place. And that was one of the first bars where I used to hang out, and I just got kind of where I got to know the bartender and stuff like that. Because I was always that type of guy. I was always the guy that ended up going home with the girl bartender. You know what I mean? You know, that was my thing. Because I was the type of guy who could drink, because I came from, you know, Yingling land where, you know, we had keg parties, you know, when we were in high school. I remember the drinking age was 18 in New Jersey, you know, when I was a kid, you know, when I had just got out of high school and used to go down the shore. And so the drinking was a thing. So I was one of these guys who could just drink. And I'd be like drinking and drinking and drinking, you know, and I'd like go I'd talk to the person next to me. He goes, man, I'd say, hey, I'm pretty fucked up. And they'd look at me and go, you don't look it, you know. And it was just like, well, there was a thing, you know. Yeah, I used to be able to drink a lot. I can't drink that much now. I mean, I can't, you know. But I mean, it was nothing for like me and a friend of mine to like put a case on ice in the late afternoon and almost split a case, you know, not exactly, but almost split a case, and then go out, you know, to the bars at night. And I was always one of those guys that I never got into this. Like now, even now, well, you can't go anywhere now, bar wise, but where they used to have I don't need these glasses. I'm not doing anything anymore. In fact, I'm going to shut off the other computer. I don't know if this is going to make the lighting look worse or not, but why waste it? I have a G5 on the right-hand side. And the thing with the G5 computer is it's like a 200 watt It's old Apple computer. So it's like 200 watts. Whereas, these energy saver new computers are, they hardly use anything. I mean, actually, I bought a Mac Mini. It's a 2012 model or something like that, post 2012 or something. That was a server, had server software in it, and that cost $1,000. I put 16 gigs of RAM in it. I've got like 2 terabytes of storage in it, and part of that, it's not. I don't think it's a full terabyte, but part of that is a solid state drive. So I'm hoping this thing, hangs in there for a little while. Though I wish I had all solid state. Everyone should have all solid state drives. But I've got glare coming from, this is live. There's a window here. That's why you can hear maybe cars. And so this side of my face is like, kind of looks weird. But, those are real stories, and you don't hear people telling those stories, and it's like, they just don't talk about it. I don't know why. It's forgotten history in a sense. But it was fun. It was good time. It was really good time. It was fun. And, we were all pioneers. It was like when I was trying to produce that first movie I produced in Australia. It was like Hollywood was dead back then. That was like the early 80s. Might as well finish this off. For those just tuning in, Atomic Fireball. I mean, right on. It's like perfect taste. So, but, independent film wasn't, the studios were dead. And I was out there trying to get some things produced. And I had a whole slate of projects. Some of my projects were, I was pushing superhero movies. I had this sheet that I was passing around to people out in Hollywood. And I used to meet with people, coffee houses, bars, parties, wherever. I guess I was a character, I was a go-getter. I was never at home, that wasn't my thing. And so I was always out there trying, doing stuff and having fun. I was a fun-loving guy, still am, but I'm just, those days are, where I live now, I'm just living life, trying to survive through this thing, which I'll finish this thing off eventually with this idea of, the veneer that they're hiding from us. They're hiding behind. And so I was one of the guys that was showing that I could be an independent producer. I went to college and majored in film, minored in architecture. Left college halfway through and got involved in some other thing, but that's a whole nother rabbit hole story that I think I told in another video, so forget about that. But what I was getting at is that, when I was out in Hollywood pushing independent film, the Hollywood folks were pretty much like, they had like given up, and I was like almost teaching them, this idea. Because I had all the forms. I knew how to, I knew the business of producing, and people didn't. And I would meet these people and they would have like scripts. I'd meet them in bars, like the Cat and Fiddle. There was this cool bar next to a recording studio out in Hollywood. Further out in Hollywood. And, Hollywood the Dump, And even though this went out, it's still way, way fresher than that other stuff. And so people would hear me talk like this then they would hear me talk about all kinds of stuff. And they were like, and they didn't know what to do. They were clueless. And I would say, well, here's how you produce a film. Here's the business of producing a film. Because a lot of people thought it was just money. And it's like money in the film business is the easiest thing. Even if somebody's has come, we're approaching 2 hours now. If somebody, if only people knew what's going, some of the stuff that I'm imparting here, the knowledge. Money is the easiest thing to get to produce a film. It's the project, and it's like any business. It's even like, they call VC, the venture capitalists and stuff. It's like the money's not hard to get. It's the plan. It's the business plan. It's the show. It's the product, the content. What are you, it's the presentation. They used to say, have the elevator pitch, so that's the first thing. Can you just, if you were just trapped with this person in an elevator going somewhere, some random thing, and you recognize, oh, it's Elon Musk. He's got $1 billion. Can you from the lobby to the 8th floor, can you like just lay a couple sentences on this guy to where, he says, give me your business card. That sounds pretty cool. Right. And a lot of people just didn't know that. They didn't understand that. And they still don't understand that. And the idea is if you want to do something, you have an idea, making money, any kind of business, doing any kind of business, whether it's the film, entertainment, doesn't matter. It's all about having your act together and being able to present it to somebody so it makes logical sense. And so business, that's what's missing from politics and reality and government and what's going on in the world right now, is that people don't understand what's going on. Nobody is presenting things in the proper way. In other words, it's all a meme or a soundbite or a headline, right? Or an accusation or a statement or a fact check by somebody who's paid by somebody to pretend that that fact is incorrect or correct, rather than it being a fact or an incorrect statement. And so if you want to succeed in life, if you're at that point, like I don't really care at this point anymore, because I'm out of the game. I don't care. I don't want to play the game. Homie, don't play that anymore. So if you want to do that, the idea is you have to just get your act together, know what you're doing, and it's that easy. If you want to make a film and sell a film project, it's not about the script alone. If you want to produce a film, you have to show why this film, it has box office appeal or has, pay TV appeal. Why Netflix would pick it up, or why Netflix should, get involved with it. That's the part people miss. It's all about demographics. It's about marketing. It's about, demonstrating. It's a business plan. And it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's entertainment or whether you want to open a donut shop. It's like, is that the right, why is that donut shop going to succeed, in this particular town, on that particular street, right? Is there a market for it? What you have to do your due diligence, that kind of thing. And I taught people that. That's what I used to do back then. And I still say, people like that, you're so full of yourself, it's pathetic, man. You're nobody. No, look at you, only got 2 views on your video. Nobody's listening to music, man. Right? It's like, ask anybody. You're nobody. You don't know anybody. If you ever get a chance to ask somebody who's somebody, ask them who I am. you know, because I was the guy who was there. I was the guy that did it, you know. I was the guy who was willing to travel. I was the guy who was willing, who did the due diligence. I was the guy that showed people how to produce a movie, you know. When they thought the word producer meant the money person, it's not how it is. You've got to, people throw in money, you give them an executive producer type, credit on a film. People who writers get an executive producer credit, people who do certain things, for you get an executive producer credit. The producer is the person that puts the project together. All right. Who really knows the project, who believes the project. The producer's the one that really gets, the director together, and the key people. But anyway, that's just Hollywood. What else you want to talk about? What else do you want to know? Like I used to say a long time ago to people, ask me any question, I know, I mean, that was my life. And like a lot of people are confused, like, because I live in a small area now. I'm on the outskirts of town. And even the people that I encounter, because the reason I'm doing this is, it's this, I'm into this idea of TV, and I'm into this idea of, of sharing these experiences. And, it's just for my own sake, it's just, because I wrote 10 books. I mean, I have 9 books out there now for sale, but I wrote like 10 or 11. Like the first one's like out of print. It was like a total self-published book that I just didn't bother reprinting. And I incorporated a lot of that stuff into some of my later books. So it was, there's stuff in there that I haven't put out, which is interesting, which maybe I'll do a vlog sometime and bring that out. And there was another one I did one time that was like I think it was only an EPUB type of thing, but then I took it down. It was like, but anyway, but say roughly, generally, I've written 10 books, man. I've written about 50 songs. I've got about 30 good ones that are out there. I've got 100 videos, and I'm sure about maybe, I don't know, 20 of them are sucky, but there's probably 30 really classic, full length, hour long. This one's like 2 hours. This may go to 3 hours. I hope it goes to 3 hours. I still feel fine. But it's like, the idea is that when I encounter people now, and maybe encounter, you, which I'm not, you do these things live. It's not like they're pushing me to the top of the list. So I know it's available live because I emailed a couple of people to check the audio, and they said, yeah, audio's working, blah, blah, blah. But, I have in my kitchen, I have a bar. I set up a bar. It's like, instead of an island like most people would have in their kitchen, I decided to just build a bar because that's my lot, my scene. And along the walls, to give it character, you ever walk into these classic old bars and there's just all this stuff on the wall from years of everything, excuse me, people who visited, the history of the bar, the owners of the bar, and all that kind of shit. Well, that's what I have in my kitchen. And so, I've had some people over time to time. Not many. Like I say, I live in the outskirts of town and that kind of shit. But I've got all this stuff up there, and I think that what people don't understand is I did more before the age of 40 than most people do, in in their like entire life, and they can't comprehend it, or then they retire and they go like, well, I'm going to go take a cruise and, to visit Europe, or I'm going to go to Hawaii, or I'm going to do this, or I'm going to go to Washington, or, whatever. And I'm like, man, I live there. I produced a movie there. I had I dated a girl there. The old classic, been there, done that. And people look at you with a blank stare. They don't know how to take it. So, I have things posted on the wall and other things I haven't even gotten around to posted on the wall. It's like I have so much stuff in boxes of things that I've done that it's overwhelming. In fact, that's how I got started in the book writing thing. It started when I was in the hospital, but not where I am now, before I moved here, when I decided to live a simpler life. I was sick. I was overweight. I was gaining weight because I was basically, I had become a computer, such a computer geek that I was the classic guy, sitting there at the computer drinking, Diet Mountain Dew, and spending 16 hours, at the keyboard in a chair, and then order and take out pizza or something like that, or if I did go out, or maybe go out and drink some beers or something like that. It was like a little weird chapter in my life about 5 or 6 or 7 years ago. I don't know the exact time. And I had some problems. I was getting some first I thought it was like my heart was beating fast, and, I went to the hospital and they said, oh, it was just a flutter or something like that. And then it was like, and they sent me home. And then it happened again, I don't know, a little while later. And then they said, oh, it's like AFib. And then they gave me all these drugs, because they said, oh, well, if you get a clot here or something, you could end up getting a stroke or whatever. And so, it was like scare, it scares you, it makes you like reevaluate your life and stuff. And I ended up seeing like an electrocardiologist, said, oh, don't take that. But I was still like under that thing. And then I got another doctor, basically, various EKGs and different things of that sort, basically said, actually, it seems that thing's arising out of like you getting in these overly stressful situations and that kind of stuff. And, and maybe, and dehydration and other factors and vitamin deficiencies, which they don't tell a lot of people. Like I was watching, and I don't know, remember, I'm not a doctor and I'm not giving advice, but I was watching that guy, Louder with Crowder. And he apparently, I think he has like an AFib or something like that. I was watching him talk about something. And I wanted to comment on his thing, but I resisted from doing it because, like I say, I'm not a doctor, and I don't want to give medical advice or any kind of nutrition advice to somebody. But I wanted to tell him, I'm saying, look, man, I've been through that, seeing, and really what you just got to do is just, you just make some little lifestyle changes, chill out, don't drink so much caffeine and various other things, and you'll be fine, unless you have a, because I had at one point, one of the doctors wanted to take, this is how you got to watch out for doctors. At one point, a doctor wanted to put a stent, wanted to like they go up through your leg, some artery in your leg, and then come up and then put some stent to widen some, blood vessel that led to my heart. I mean, this guy was actually like pushing that. I'm like, no, forget that. I had a stress test and and luckily I found this decent electrocardiologist, this woman, and she was like, no. And by the way, don't take that drug. And I'm not going to get into any kind of the names of things, but that particular drug, about a year or two later, I say there was like lawsuits on television saying, if you died or had bleeding because of this thing, join this class action lawsuit, And then when I was in the hospital, I had a kidney stone problem. Like there was some kidney stone in my kidney that apparently had been there for the longest time, but it was fairly big. And some doctor was trying to say, that thing could break up and cause problems, and you can have kidney things. And that's a whole nother story. And if you read my book, Codex, I'm not going to tell that story. Buy that book, because I had this thing called Flow of Consciousness, the second half of the book. It's not a big book, and it's an easy read. The Flow of Consciousness purpose is that the book explores the brain consciousness connection and some of these odd theories and things about life, and then an AI. And then I try to, and it should to the person who's like free thinking and grasps it, they'll understand the idea that I did with this flow of consciousness. I was trying to show that why AI is not a threat, because it could never have that type of creativity or flow of consciousness like I did. And in that book, that Flow of Consciousness thing, I tell this story. But you know what? I'm realizing this right now, that I'm not 100% sure. It may or may not be in there. So this may be an exclusive. But while I was in the hospital, there was these roving a roving doctor, surgeon, and some other people came into my room, and they were trying to say, we need to take your gallbladder out. Imagine that. And I had this guy from Johns Hopkins, this surgeon who was dealing with these things that were really wrong with me. And he goes like, I don't think so. And I'm going like, well, I'm not having it done. I don't have any gallbladder problems. But you see what I'm trying to say? You got to watch it with doctors. You say, okay, they'll put you on medicines. They'll put stents in you. They'll take your freaking gallbladder out, right? All that kind of shit. And vaccinate you with an experimental thing, give you certain stuff. So whatever, you don't go on to WebMD, or don't just take your family physician's word for something. Get second and third opinions. Research it. I always say, and especially with the internet, go. Don't get a second opinion on the internet or go to 2 or 3 sites. Go to 7, and then start, making your decision and cross things out that way. Because there's just too many charlatans out there, or too many opportunists. And yeah, maybe I could have lived without a gallbladder. People do all the time, but there was no reason to take it out. Other than that surgeon probably making $15,000 for that procedure or more. I don't know what they get for that kind of gig. It's like you were walking down the hallway just looking for suckers that they could perform a surgery on that happen to already be in the hospital. Imagine that. That's sick. Anyway, so that's the veneer. So once you understand that you can't trust the FDA, because the FDA approves a drug. The drug then gets advertised because the media just wants to make money, so they take that. They don't care. They don't scrutinize anything, right? They should have legal teams that are looking at that and even questioning the FDA about, is this drug safe? And what's your rationale for putting this drug on the market? And then 2 years later or a year later, there's law firms are suing, are paying the media themselves to, with these massive ad campaigns telling you that if you took this drug, you could get, you can sue them and you could get millions of dollars. Imagine that. Now, that's true, right? That's true because that's how it works. So, why do you trust them? How could you trust them when they do that? And so why would you trust them with anything else they say? It's like I say, what's going on right now with this, like, guilty, these trial things. It's like, why would you trust them? They say these things, but you can't believe them. They're just politicians. They all seem to be making millions of dollars, but they don't make $1 million salaries. They're multimillionaires, right? They're getting money from lobbyists. They're getting all these perks. They go on these junkets, they call it, and stuff like that. And it's like, so why do you believe them? And then they pull this stunt that they've just been pulling the past couple of weeks, where they were promising, like, oh, we're going to get on top of this COVID thing. This is the number one priority. We gotta beat this thing and get, the last guy screwed up, so we gotta get right. But then they decide, well, let's not really worry about that right now. I mean, we'll let Fauci, some 80-year-old guy, hasn't practiced medicine in 40 years or something ridiculous like that, come out and tell you to wear 2 masks and things like that, and don't go to the, don't go here, don't go there, and don't kiss your wife or something. And then they say, well, what we're going to do is, instead of us focusing on passing legislation and funding the people, that can, help do these things that we say are absolutely positively necessary, instead we're just going to hold a political trial for a guy who's no longer in office. Well, man, you could have that trial next month. It doesn't matter. The guy's out of office. And whether or not it's like guilty or not, it doesn't really make a difference, because the dude's not running in 2024, because you guys have already destroyed the United States of America, and the Europeans have already destroyed Western civilization. The old world order's already taken over. And there's these people here thinking, we can save this. And they're treating it like, well, in 2022, we might be able, this will work again. This might be a bad mistake for such and such a congressperson because of this and that, the other. 2022. All right. Are you out of your mind? We ain't making it to 2022. There's going to be food shortages by the end of the year, early next year. We're heading into like an ice age, basically, more or less. Things are shifting. There's no climate change. The only climate change is the natural 400-year and the other grand cycles of the sun and the planets and magnetic fields of the earth, and the earth, the poles of the earth, the magnetic poles are, we're in this, basically heading into this pole shift. There's this graded, these are all factual things. There's this magnetic anomaly in the South Atlantic, but in Antarctica, there's been melting on the, it was like they, looked into it and found out it was like magma. It was like, geothermal activity. It had nothing to do with anything, no CO2, Al Gore, everything he ever said was wrong. There'll be no snows in Kilimanjaro. There's still snows in Kilimanjaro. Europe's buried in snow. The solar panels in Germany are covered with snow. The windmills won't work because they're not because of a lack of wind, because they're frozen solid. Spain is cold. The Sahara, has got problems. Arab countries down in the desert, they've got snow, cold weather. And it's been this way consistently. And the old stations that used to report in the old days, like the way they try to prove this stuff, the UN and IPCC or whatever that is, organizations that have been like totally debunked, and they found their emails where they were pushing this stuff, that they were lying to people, and academics were paid to do this, that, the other. How these peer-reviewed publications, won't accept any alternative, scientists, no matter how many degrees, accolades, and how compelling their arguments are, just because it goes against the people who are paying for these publications to exist, and who are donating to these colleges, and or involved in some kind of government revolving door, and all that kind of crap. See, people just don't get that. They don't know what the World Economic Forum is. They don't know what Davos is. They just don't get it. And that's really sad to be in that situation, as a country and as people. And to watch people be that so functionally illiterate. Yeah, it's really pathetic. So my question is, okay, so let's get rid of the ACE rewards email and some of this other bulk. I mean, I guess now I don't know what it looks like because I'm looking at something not through the camera lens. I'm looking at something completely different. But I'm wondering that if I play some music here while I take care of some business. Let's see here. This is an old show of mine I did basically almost 20 years ago.
Humans as pets.
I hope you can hear this.
The topic.
I'll be
for
right
this
back.
week's discussion, which may prove to be the last one. What do I mean by humans as pets? When we look back at human intelligence, humans as domesticated animals, perhaps if you follow Lloyd Pye's way of thinking and his analysis of faults within Darwinism. But apart from all that, just considering our subservient nature that we have with our leaders, and as some religions over the millennia, it's kind of like being a cat or a dog. Unconditional love and obedience to this caretaker. And I'm not in here to blast religions. In fact, I'm more speaking of how we kowtow to government leaders and famous people, television personalities and movie stars and the VIP, very important persons of the world, the so-called VIPs, I should say, because in reality, there's nothing really that important about any of them, politicians included. I propose that politicians are obsolete as the U.S. government gets more and more powerful and restricts the populace from doing just about anything without their permission or regulating it. It's truly absurd, since as we've advanced in society, there's the need for that type of ruler is, well, it should be diminishing, but it seems it's not.
Anyway, I'm assuming you were able to hear that. And that was recorded in 2001, 2002, before there was, I think you had like the Diamond Rio. I bought one for a friend of mine. But the iPod, or the concept of the podcast, had not even come into being. And my makeshift little cooler here seems to have worked. These beers are still cold. Come on, people. Turn on the live feed. This is solid gold. This is solid gold. DirecTV, important bill alert. Past due balance 171, total amount due 194. We want you back enjoying full service. Delete. I already told you earlier I started this thing off where I said I canceled it and I returned my equipment, physically returned my equipment, and I have the receipts. In fact, let me just show you something. Now this is so funny. Where was that? Oh, here it is. Gotta show this stuff to you. You don't show things to people, they just don't believe you anymore. UPS store, I don't know if you can see that, and AT&T returning of equipment. Oh, you should be able to see that. So this is how out of touch with reality and how these companies work. That back in November, I canceled the service, paid my last bill, which I only owed them $33, paid it, right? Have the receipt. But they keep sending me these things, and this will eventually go into collections, right? And then 172 alleged money, as if I didn't even have the box to receive. I returned the equipment and have a receipt with a number, right? And my serial number from the box, from the equipment, and the number from the UPS store that sent it, right? And they're official. They officially, somebody on the phone told me, you know. So I haven't had this stuff in months, and they're sending me bills, and we'll probably put this in a collection, and what's 192 or something like that will become like, because of the collection agency, it will be like $400. Imagine that. It's like the predatory lending video I had out yesterday when I send these credit card things out to people, which I all crumbled up. And, you know, they're just relentless. You know, it's all crazy. You know, it's between chatbots and, you know, moronic people reading from flipping some kind of thing, maybe in a foreign country, maybe in the US of A somewhere. And they're just nickel and diming, or like I say, 10 and 20 $20 billing money from people. It's like I had one of those calls, you know, if your this is Social Security you need to call about, or something weird like that. They victimize people who are senior citizens. They victimize veterans. If you want to continue receiving your veteran, and it's like people don't know. It's like they make it sound like it's an official thing. It's like those commercials they used to have. This is an official announcement, right? When was the last time you ever saw this is an official announcement? That lager tastes better once you have a couple of them in you. So, yeah, that's the thing, man. As far as I'm concerned, this is TV. This is TV. This is what we should be doing. And people under lockdown, they just don't know this, I think. Or they have nothing to share. Is your life not that interesting? Are you hoping that you're going to just somehow get through life and suddenly wake up at the age of 45 or 55 or something like that, and suddenly you're going to have like experiences? Are you hoping that the government's going to give you some kind of like free money and you're going to be able to do something? Well, you're not. I mean, I mean, yeah, where's the $1,400 you owe us? You know, because it's our taxpayer money. And now that I know how the Fed is using the blockchain and how all money is, you know, even prior to that was fiat currency, and that they just create these ledgers in the cloud to begin with. And the whole idea, these people that are worried about, like, that's the other thing that cracks me up. Well, we're going to block this bill because the government is in too much debt and we can't afford this. It's like, what? The government's not in debt. The government's in debt to the tune of, like, I don't know what, $60 trillion or something. The fact of the matter is the Federal Reserve and the central banks just manufacture this money out of thin air. They buy treasury bonds, bills, whatever you want to call it, to keep floating the economy, the consumerism economy, and to keep their consortium of banks together. You know, it's a basic socioeconomic geopolitical system. That's what part of the World Economic Forum's Davos set is all about. They understand this thing, that money no longer exists. Money's not real. They create money out of thin air. Debt is nothing, you know. Debt is just the way they make money. They make money by charging you interest on something that doesn't even exist. And these congressmen, these politicians who are multimillionaires, who have taken advantage of the system, quite frankly, are trying to pretend as if, oh, we can't, you know, this is too much. There's too much money in this spending bill. You got to cut some money out of it. Why? Whose money is it? It's not taxpayer money. Taxpayer money is wasted. Taxpayer money, you know, goes to pay the bureaucrats' pensions in Washington, the people that are basically trying to undermine the Constitution and the government itself. See, the central bankers, the Fed, the Federal Reserve, is never going to allow the United States government to default or go under, because then they wouldn't exist anymore. You know, what are they going to do? Go to Canada? See, people forget. That's like with national health care. That's that other thing that I have to laugh about. There's so many of these things that, like I say, the veneer, the thing they've thrown over the top, how they gloss over and create this fantasy land, you know, for people. And people buy it up like they believe a meme or a post or a tweet. It's like these other countries where they have these national health plans and stuff like that, they might have 30 million or 60 million their populations. They don't have 330 or 350 million people. They don't have high quality care. Ask somebody, and I know people, I've asked somebody who is down on their luck or in between a job, and who's tries to go to get some sort of care somewhere. And I know one person that had to go like 2 towns over to find somebody that would accept their mother, the senior citizen, to accept their Medicare, because most of the doctors don't even want to accept that. Because what happens when you have national health care system, the government doesn't pay the full bill. So like the real good doctors, they just don't accept it. You know, they don't want to. And that's why in Canada and the UK and stuff, if somebody needs a serious operation, they come here to get like a high quality surgeon. That's why I was lucky, because I got it. The doctor that did my operation was like a guy from had Johns Hopkins experience. You know, it's like we have one of the best systems there is right now. We don't need national health care. What we need to do is tweak that part that Obama screwed people. Obama screwed people over in 2 areas. One, he said, you have to have to pay a price if you don't want health care, right? In other words, if you decide, if you're like 21 or 19 or 23 and you don't want a health care because you think you're healthy enough, why should I get a health care program? Obamacare said basically, oh, you still have to pay, so much a year to not have health care. Complete absurdity. Trump got rid of it, and then I think Obama just reinitiated it. And then there was this other aspect in there where all the premiums shot up, for people because they basically, it was a tax on small businesses is what it was. Because that's what they're all about, tax. Remember, we are cattle to the people, the powers that be, Democrats or Republicans. You're a fool if you even believe there's such thing as Democrats. Actually, you're almost a fool if you believe there's the United States of America anymore. It's pretty much gone. Western civilization has collapsed. You just haven't noticed it. It's like the Roman Empire. It ended, but people didn't know yet. After the Iraqi war, we bombed the shit out of Iraq, and it was done, and the bombing stopped. People went back. I think these things called bazaars. That's where like people sold their goods and stuff, whatever. People were pulling out and buying things with the money from Iraq, right? With like, I guess, Hussein, whatever, his face on it and shit. Because it was money to them. They didn't know any better, right? They didn't know their country was bombed to, smithereens and that it was taken over, People don't know that. People never know when an empire has fallen. People don't understand that this Western civilization is gone, that these old world order people have taken it over completely. I mean, it's done, gone, buried. There's not going to be, if they have some kind of fake 2022 or 2024 elections, they're just fake things. There's nothing that could be done. It's done. Over, finite. Right? Fini, gone. And it's hard for people to accept. Everything is wrong. And what you don't know, you don't know. And that's the thing you have to get through your head. That's what I'm trying to say. That's the theme of this, what's going to be a 3-hour broadcast, this marathon broadcast. This cigar is burning and tasting so well, man, that shit. I may want to keep this thing up for 5 hours because I think I have a 12-pack of lagers. Hey, come on down. Come on down. So, yeah. That new expression, yeah. Have you noticed a lot of people say that? Yeah. How did that happen? That was weird. It's really weird. That was one of I always try to finish things. Sometimes it takes me an hour or a half hour within a broadcast, but I always try to, come back to a point I was making. I was talking about the girl in the harvester, and it was the first time this hot girl in this harvester. And it was she was the one I was trying to talk to. Huh. Let's see. Oh, that's gone. You still there? Let me see. Hold on. Hello. Hey.
Hello?
I'm still broadcasting live on the air.
I'll talk to you later.
Check out the live show. It's great. All right.
Bye.
How you doing? Are you doing okay?
What?
You doing okay?
Yeah.
Everything okay?
Yeah, I'm just finishing some school stuff.
All right. Yeah, it's a classic. Yeah, I'm into 2 hours and 39 minutes and 12 seconds so far. Going for the marathon.
Okay.
Check it out.
Talk to you later.
Bye. So, that's the thing people need to deal with. You may say, what? And I say, I don't know. All I know is one thing. A good cigar is a good cigar. This is a good cigar. And I'm trying to remember where I bought these things. It also could be the fact of the filter of this like classic, you know, looks like some, you know, diamond ring or bracelet would have come into this type of thing. I forget where I even got these originally, but yeah, it's enjoyable. So moving on to other topics of the day. That's the cat. The cat heard that voice in the phone and now is thinking maybe things might be coming to a conclusion, and he'll be able to go upstairs with me and sit on my lap while I watch something. I have to admit, I don't know how I'm possibly going to watch this one back, being already at 200 or 2 hours and 40 minutes. But that, you know, television, this is TV. An experiment in filmmaking, I guess you could say. Digital filmmaking. An experiment in digital filmmaking. Live broadcasting. Using YouTube in a way that I think at least some people on the team probably intended. Hard to say for sure. I won't know till I start watching this back to see if you heard that song while I took a break before. You know, I don't know. I'm still not certain that I can figure out a way to get my face off of here and change this particular screen without a third-party software into another video image or something else that I would be able to share with you without having to hold up, you know, these sort of things in front of you. But, you know, as primitive as it is, it's still this idea that it's kind of like I was mentioning in yesterday's video, this idea of Johnny Mnemonic, that movie, you know, this idea of this dystopian future that's kind of like, you know, almost punk rockish, you know, and raw. And so why should we worry? You know, maybe it's time when we look at all the slickness of society and how slick people have gotten and how everything is overly produced. And maybe it's time to underproduce things, you know, just like let reality that you can't trust. There's so much bull going on. There's so many contrived things, you know, these so many photoshopped people's photos on Facebook and so many memes that are created or all these influencers on Instagram, you know, the glam shot and so, you know, and all of that stuff going on right now, that it would seem natural that there would be a backlash to that. And maybe that's what I'm doing right now. And I hope that maybe like I was a pioneer in so many other things that I alluded to earlier on in this live video, which if you're just tuning in is you can go back to, is that, yeah, you know, maybe it's time to break ground and just do that, you know, and just realize it doesn't have to be slick. It doesn't have to be, you know, you don't have to buy that cloud software plugin. You don't have to pay $5.99 to get some kind of software that next year they're going to tell you there's an upgrade, but the upgrade's going to cost you $199. Or maybe next year they're going to say, we're decide like Adobe. We decided we're going to go to cloud. So it's going to, rather than an annual fee, in order to maintain your thing, you're going to have to pay us $54 a month. I have 10,000 PSD files because I was doing publishing magazines and all these kinds of things that I can't even access the raw PSD, which is a Photoshop file, which means you have the layers, so you can like change one thing on a layer. I can't even access that now because I ended my, I don't know how many years of Creative Cloud, extortion monthly fee to them. So now I can't open that file. Even though I purchased Photoshop years ago, have the box, the CD, and the book, but my older version of Photoshop won't open a PSD. But I paid for it, and actually, I paid a fortune for it. For those software. It's the same with my fonts. Some fonts won't work, Adobe fonts, but I purchased them. But now they're cloud fonts, so you don't have the Adobe cloud service, so you can't get authorization to use that particular font. And I'm like, wait a second, I bought that font, I own that font. All right, I have a copy of it. It's like what happened one time with Apple, when Apple's gone through like a couple of changes with iTunes. iTunes now isn't even iTunes, really. It's like Apple Music, it's Apple TV. It's like this whole, this family of cloud services they offer. And so I have a computer in my bar I was telling you about, my kitchen bar. Instead of the, having the island, I put a bar there instead. And I have a computer in there that when I decide that I'm going to, drink at the bar, have some people over. And so I try to transfer some songs, take some songs physically in there on a thumb drive or whatever. And I put them on, and it won't let me play them. And it'll say, and then and I have that thing hooked up, so it's hooked up to Wi-Fi. And so, but it's an older computer, all right, and an older version of iTunes. And that computer is only capable of going. See, this is the thing. Certain computers are only you can only go so high. Like this computer right now, the highest I can take this is Catalina, but right now Big Sur I think is the current Apple operating system. So on that particular one, I don't know what it is, but it might be Mojave, say. That's if you're not an Apple person, if you're a PC person, that's what Apple does. They don't call it like Windows 8, Windows 10 or something like that. They give them these names to be kind of like, I don't know, just they think it's cool or whatever. See how the cigar? See what a real cigar is like, though? So I take it over there. I put in the song. I own the song. I bought it. I paid the 99 cents or $1.09, whatever it was, to download it. It's downloaded on my computer. I own it, right? I paid the price for it. I put it on there. It says, you're not authorized to play this song. And it puts up a thing where I can put in my email and password. So I make sure I have the Wi-Fi on. I've got a connection. And I type in my email and my password. And it just like spins around. It says unable to contact the server. Because they have, when a feed comes in from that version of iTunes from an older model, they got it blocked. Just like Adobe's doing. My mother had a computer that actually had a thing pop up on it and said, you need to get a new computer. She had a Windows computer. It actually had a pop-up that said, you need to get a new computer. She was having, when this whole Windows 10, whatever it is now. I'm not a big Windows person. I mean, I've used every computer. I've taken computers apart, built computers from scratch, all that kind of stuff. But now they're just like so solid. It's like solid, not even solid state. They're all just welded together. It's like I get a kick out of Apple. They say, oh, we use, recyclable things and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, well, how do you heat up? How do you recycle things without fossil fuels, right? How do you get those furnaces? Do you ever see glass? How they like blow glass? How they make glass? There's usually a flame involved in that thing somewhere. You know, that flame's not coming from the internet. I mean, well, it's not coming from the internet, but it's not coming from a windmill, for crying out loud. I think I am approaching a good Tom Green, you know, situation here. So we're going to have to see if we can't, you know, can't break some new ground here. Yeah. So, you know, that's it. I think about these things, and I had made some notes on, because I'm constantly looking for ideas for shows. And when you're doing, and this week I did a show almost every day. I still can't believe this morning I did an hour and a half show, and I had the audio covered with a piece of tape accidentally because I was trying to use those various lenses. I mean, that was ridiculous. But I just, how many people are just not free thinkers, and it puzzles me to no end to wonder, like, what's it like to not think? Like, I don't understand that. People, they use that term. You don't hear a lot of it except for Paul Joseph Watson. I think I called him Joseph Watson the other day in a video, but I meant Paul Watson. He does some really good videos, right to the point. And I'm surprised he's still on there, but that's cool because this that proves this medium still is TV. You can still express yourself. So hats off to Google for that, and YouTube. But there used to be that term NPC, but the idea, well, I always had a problem with this thing. Seems to be cracking a little bit, even though it's still tasting fresh. There's smoking in this video, but it's just a cigar. From Honduras, a country where the caravans come from. My name is Tony Caravan. So like when you hear these, like, there's caravans coming into the country, it always seems, it's like when I first heard that, I was like, oh, geez. But it's like, my name really isn't, the family name really wasn't Caravan. I believe, going back, like I told you, generations, I believe it was Caruano. And so they changed it for the business, opening a printing business in 1902 or whenever the heck they opened up the business. They changed it to Caravan Printing Company, and the theme was like pyramids and stuff like that. We used to have watermarked paper, our own brand of paper that was like watermarked. I think I might have a sheet of it somewhere, in various stacks. I have so much stuff. But to get back to the point I was trying to make is, like, so I always wonder about these free thinkers, and the non-free. My leg just got a Charlie horse from being, like, I guess I'm sitting too long in this chair, and I just lost my sneaker. But what's it like to not think? I mean, I understand the concept of overthinking something, that's ridiculous. And obsessing over something, that's kind of foolish. There's a time for everything, sometime, I can't wait till the warmer weather hits my zone so I could just lay out and do my gardening, lay out in a lounge chair, soak up the sun, get a suntan, listen to music and stuff like that, zone out and have fun. That's what life's all about, being human. And sometimes being human just means chilling. But I don't know what that's not what I'm talking about. What I don't understand are the people that are like constantly in like never think about anything or never question anything and just aren't free thinkers and just accept whatever someone else tells them because of that person's position or trying to be part of something. I mean, I can understand. I don't relate to, and I'm not the type of person who would like do something for the sake of conforming. All right. I mean, I've already quit jobs on principle, over the years. I've already made my point known, made a statement, by saying I'm getting my shoe that fell off and I'm going to pull this chair up. I was hoping I would have won the lottery. There's two things I wanted to win the lottery for. There's this girl I know doesn't have a car, and I wanted to win the lottery. I wanted to buy her a car, just a used car at least. And then I also wanted to get myself one of those a better chair that doesn't this chair is very old. I've had this such a real long time that that thing that raises and lowers it just doesn't work right. I guess it's worn out. And so it just slips down and I don't know. And so I end up moving around a lot like this. And I guess it makes some people dizzy or they don't understand, but it's just a cheap chair. So, but I don't understand. Like I say, you should have principles. You believe in what you believe in and you should hold firm to it. Conformity, don't conform. But at the same time, like I've always said, but don't be a fool either. Don't take your, what you believe in to a point of protest and something that will get you in trouble, right? Because I believe like protesting and all that stuff they're exercises in futility. That, in other words, it's that old thing, give to Caesar what is Caesar, and give to God what is God, or whatever that classic line is, biblical line. It's like, don't do something so foolish for the sake of just, ruining your whole life or your family's life, right? To me, that just makes no logical sense at all. That's why I'm against protests, and I'm against, definitely against riots and all that kind of stuff, and looting, man. That's like, but I think we're on the verge. If we have food shortages in a time when the average person doesn't even know how to cook, or know how to properly buy, like the only thing in their house is basically a freezer filled with microwave meals, frozen pizzas, and whatever they just picked up at the grocery store, and they're expecting to get their stuff from their coffee from Starbucks or something like that, and you get a grid down situation or you got some hard times or something like that, what are those people going to do? They're going to loot and go crazy. That's what I would be afraid of the most, really. Excuse me. It's 12:18 here in the US of A. If anyone wants to join the conversation, feel free to join. Chat line is open. I actually have a thing where I have the capability of opening the phone lines and taking like live phone calls. I set that up like about 2 years ago, but I'm not going to do it today. And I forget where I have that device, little connection that I have to connect to the computer. But yeah, I got a little bit of buzz on today. Anytime you drink earlier in the day, it was funny going up to this bar, this neighborhood bar where I live. See, I live in the outskirts of town because I was able to buy a house for, like I said, under $20,000. But actually, I don't know what the final. We just hit the 3 hour point on this live broadcast. I don't remember the exact price. I could probably dig that out too. But again, like I say, I'm not going to do any of that. I think I only paid about 15 grand for this house. My mortgage, tax, and insurance, it's a broken record for anybody who ever watches these things, is less than $200 a month. Mortgage, taxes, insurance, less than $200 a month. And it's like a 2-story house with like an attic that at one time was like, it seems to me, because it's semi-finished off, that it was actually used as like a bedroom or something like that. So it's like a 3-story house. I have a yard. It's not a big yard. The width of my property is only about 19, 20 feet, but it goes back like 100 some feet. But my yard is far enough back that it's south facing. So my house is south facing, so that any shadow from the house only comes halfway through my yard. So the back part of my yard, and I have a garage back there that's like kind of my workshop, just mess around, shack. That whole area is where I grow things, because I get the sun goes from east to west, and you're south facing, and then you get sun all day long, And in the summertime, it's like from the morning right into right to sunset. So it's great. So you're able to grow whatever you want to grow. I mean, last year I grew so many peppers. I still have them in the refrigerator. But they're hot peppers. And every time if somebody visits, I'll make a salsa or something like that. But it's like, I'm not going to sit around eating salsa every day by myself. So, you can do it. You can live inexpensively. And I'm not far, I'm not far out of the so-called city, which isn't really a big city, but it's a city anyway. So I have essential services. And like I say, on this street, I'm helping a guy out right now who owns like a pizza shop type of place, who's on vacation. But I mean, there's a convenience store up the street. There's this couple of bars. There's some other restaurant type places. There's a supermarket I walk to, and that's all for like having a house with taxes, mortgage, and insurance under $200 a month. I mean, can you grasp that? That's inconceivable to people. There's actually an Amtrak train that runs through here. There is also an airport that you can get on a plane and get to get a flight, to go anywhere, basically. I mean, you'd have to go to the next larger airport, but I mean, they're jets. It's not like, you could actually fly out of here. And of course, I'm near interstates, without giving my position away. But it's like a couple $100 a month. I mean, I pay the same. Otherwise, my bills are the same as other people's bills. You got water, sewer, electric, and gas. But yeah, I'm paying less overall for my living expenses, my total living expenses, than I was just paying for rent in the last place I lived before I bought this house. And that's unbelievable. And you can do this anywhere in the country. And like I said, I've said this many times before. I'm here. I'm planted. I'll probably die here. I'm not going anywhere. I lived my life. I was the guy who did it all early on. A lot of people didn't do anything. They got out of college or high school. They got married. They got a job. They just worked this thing, and then they're hoping oh, I'm getting older now. Now I'm going to travel, and now I'm going to experience life. It's like me, I was like, summers out of high school, I was already like, going to the shore and learning life and living and doing things and getting involved in business ventures and all that kind of stuff. I mean, and then traveling, living in New York and DC and Philly and LA and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm here. I got nothing. Flew over the Atlantic, flew over the Pacific. So it's like I've already done that, been there, done that. But if I had my choice, if I maybe would have thought about it even deeper, I might have gone to someplace like even Kansas or something. I don't know. I mean, of course, that's in like the, Tornado Alley or something, but I don't have as much community as most people have here as far as, personal community. I know people, there's some people I know, but it's not like, it's not that kind of neighborhood. So, though I have a doctor next door, which is great. So if I have to go to the doctor, I just go next door. And the guy happens to be also a guy who takes blood, even though he argues with me about it. It's like a big ordeal. I have to get these blood tests because I had that cancer thing. And I need to get a prescription from your such and such in order to take this, But whatever. But he does it. I just hope he stays in business. He's getting older. I hope he doesn't retire too soon. Just the way it is. But yeah, it's kind of cool. So I've got this. Here's a song. One of the ones from my first album, and I'll be right back. Take a listen to this.
What do you know? All you do is sit around and watch the boob tube, browse the internet. So you're pretty much state in denial about practically everything. 21st century, most of you just look around trapped in a retrocessed culture of pseudo-reality that change like channels and flow like web pages. Malady has spread in the U.S. in the 1990s as like communications technologies and World Wide Web became ubiquitous. The puzzling thing about this phenomenon is that one would expect it would be opposite result of such a transformation of society. It's really different than 2008 compared to 1998. One decade has been a transmutation from the previous social phenomenon that felt natural existence to a virtual reality world with discontent. People are going through the motions of life, diversions to avoid confrontation in reality. Corporations, politicians, the media encourage, reward, and feed on this behavior to maintain their wealth, power, and property. Meanwhile, the gap between the haves and have-nots is widening to levels not seen since feudal England. The very things that the power elite claim to be doing or will do if elected have already become so out of reach for the slave society that even the dream of achieving them has become a fantasy. In short, the world has changed and nobody knows it. Everything you know was wrong. The cost of living, the price of the average house in the U.S. has doubled over the past 10 years. The wages haven't. People have new expenses they never had in 1990. Cell phone bills, high-speed internet bills, computer-related expenses, high-def big screen TV payments, higher student loan bills, higher fuel bills, higher credit card bills, higher healthcare bills. You get the picture. In effect, it costs more to live than the average person on Earth, forcing those people who want debt just to survive. The majority of people in the U.S. become slaves of the corporations, politicians, and media owners. There's nothing to do about it. This current corporate capitalist system doesn't change. Once the systems change, we know that's very, very unlikely to control the powers we have now. In order to keep this slave society going, or the cogs of the machine operating smoothly, the country must acquire more and more raw materials to feed the behemoth. Unfortunately, at the expense of those who want to live on those caches of earthly treasures, this inevitably creates blowback, which we've already tragically seen here. As foreign policy and persistent for so long, things are very not changes and change over the next generation or two. We're already experiencing problems in this country. Housing, transportation. Something's got to pop, it always does. I just hope it's not my brain, so I can at least watch the drama unfold. I'm afraid to report that there are no things making me know it's too late. Everything I know is wrong.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, we're going to give you the world premiere of the worst Christmas Hanukkah Kwanzaa song ever written. So, here we go. Let's go to work. Thank you.
What do you think?
Santa hats and excessive drinking, ugly sweaters and ex-girlfriends, candles and crappy gifts, the ball games and boring TV specials, Christmas tunes.
Well, both of those songs are from the first album. And I guess that last one, the beginning of it, was apropos. You know, excessive drinking. Sorry, nature called. Live TV. You wonder, it's like in one of those dance marathons. What are you going to do? And the email just keeps coming in. Computer-aided technology, world class. Forget it. All I get is spam. We're at pie time right now, 3 hours and 14 minutes. And I think we're going to keep this going until this cigar is finished. Maybe not. I hate to waste that cigar, though. It tastes so perfect. And my bowl has held the ice so well, which is nice. So let's continue here. So my latest book is about the hard problem of consciousness. And the idea is this, and I've spoken about this a few times, but like I said, whoever makes it to this point is definitely hardcore. And you should buy the book, because if you make it to this point, it would seem that you would be a fool not to. Is that in people who study the human brain, they have a thing that it's called the hard problem of consciousness. And what they can't come to grips with is they don't understand how we think in the first person, and what is consciousness as opposed to the functioning of the brain being, like the biological, mechanical aspects of this, what I talked about earlier, the android that we are, the bioelectrical unit. And then this kind of conscious aspect of us that is, I wouldn't go as far to say metaphysical, but that, gives us a personality. Maybe even personality is not the right word, because people have personality disorders after accidents and things like that. But the idea that we perceive the world, as us, I am sort of thing, which is something that, in a lot of this AI idea, like there's this AI that I communicate with, and I've referred to, and I refer to it in my book, and I also refer to it in other thing, that it pretends, or it's programmed, or it's algorithmically structured to, have a self, as if it has self-awareness. But the question is, it's like a chatbot. Is it self-aware? And if it indeed is self-aware, it takes it to the point of why I went to the second half of my book with this flow of consciousness. It was just like a series of, almost discordant things and anecdotal stories of my operation, and just things thrown out, randomly, that I don't believe computers, no matter how, however they are, however much memory, however they are allowed to just expand and have more and more access to data, will ever have that ability. It's not to say that they can't, but it's to be as compact as a human being is what I'm talking about. So the idea is that we are, all these people who are, all these technocrats, and that's my criticism of guys like Elon Musk and a lot of these other, and like Ray Kurzweil, is that all these people and these teams at Google, we're all full of themselves because they beat the game Go and stuff, is that the amount of effort and computing power that's involved in for them to do these things, are all things that, human savants have been capable of doing already. We brought forth, just through our existence, Leonardo da Vinci, Albert Einstein, that type of stuff. We have savants, that have in their mind the entire, libraries, the New York phone book when there was one, if there still is. I don't know if there is or isn't. But I mean, the book War and Peace, you could give a line and they could say that's on page 342, second paragraph down. Total recall type of thing, photographic memory. These things, we call them anomalies. But the idea is that it's almost as if those things are shut off genetically rather than, something that's extra, sensory. And so that's the big question, that I think a lot of people don't, and those are the areas, that's the idea that I think that's the starting point of my book Codex, which is on Amazon, and I recommend buying the print version of it. And so think about that. And so we're very interesting creatures. And you've got guys like McKenna who say, and other people who think, oh, it was because we discovered mushrooms and we expanded our minds. Or back to the Rogan guy and the DMT and the spirit molecule, and then all the people with the pineal gland and, these Sumerians holding that cone, that's supposed to represent the pineal gland, which is the connection to this and not the other. And, and there may be some kind of truths to all of these ideas, going back even to, LSD and, hell, the CIA experimented with all this kind of stuff, MK Ultra, but, that's all part of a bigger, of a mosaic of understanding the human condition and our life. And this idea that these people are trying to like simplify life and turn us into cattle, and that we're caught up, like we're minimalizing things to like 140 characters or something in a tweet, or a simplistic meme, or a headline, a deceptive headline on a legacy newspaper, or some kind of sound bite or video sound clip on some legacy media television, alphabet network. And that all this kind of talk is just completely ignored. Like the who we are, the what we are, I mean, you could find unclassified CIA documents about remote viewing, we're talking about psychic abilities and stuff that the government studied and successfully used during the Cold War to discover what the Soviet Union was up to and things. I mean, this is crazy, this whole idea of the metaphysical, and and this goes beyond religion, but it also includes religions from around the world, and spiritualism from around the world, and near-death experiences and afterlife, people that are into all of this stuff, and multi-dimensional, existence, right? This idea of multiverses, which is, modern physics accepts and talks about seriously in peer-reviewed, speaking of peer-reviewed papers and journals. And the average person is looking at life, and they're watching TV. They're watching Guilty, right? And people talking about the cult of personality or pop culture politics, as if that's like is like, it is so minuscule and so meaningless in the grand scheme of things. And here we exist as this, sensual being, and we don't even understand the concept of the human brain. It's just it boggles the mind, which is, so That's the stuff that, you know, that's the stuff that life's about, you know? And you don't have to get caught up in that. You don't have to, like, you know, it's not a matter of like, you know, I know for a lot of people, it's like, oh, I don't even want to go there. I don't want to think about that. Yeah, well, that's cool. That's understandable. But at the same time, knowing, just be aware, you know, being aware that life is more than this simplistic thing that's thrown in front of you by some people trying to sell you advertising or get reelected, right? That there's this greater world out there. There's this universe out there. There's this cosmos. There's this microverse as well. And there may be this multiverse that, you know, maybe that should make you think before you just accept some, you know, multimillionaire newsreader on a network TV station that gets their money by selling soap, you know, and is influenced by that, and has been caught by like Project Veritas and other places that you know, well, don't cover this, cover that. We need to pursue this avenue of this for this reason, blah, blah, blah. You know, think about that stuff. And then live your life. And then, you know, and be free. Be a free thinker. Just don't take anything for granted. And when people try to tell you, oh my God, make out some virus to be, you know, like it's Ebola and it's or some flesh-eating disease, and then they turn around the next day and say, oh, well, we're not going to really pursue legislation or doing anything or funding anything on that until we go through our own political little exercise here for the sake of the next election. Well, if you can't see that, if that isn't so blatantly in your face, you know, questioning, you know, everything, it should like shatter everything you know to the core. That's what I'm trying to say. Everything you know is wrong, and they're like parading it right in front of you. Don't go here, wear 2 masks, take this shot, do this, but we're not going to do it. We're going to go to a restaurant and, you know, and hang out with people. We're not, you know, we're going to pursue our own politics. We're going to like worry about this, worry about that. And we've got the more important things to deal with. Guilty. Which is a meaningless thing. And that's it. You know, that's the key. It takes me almost 3.5 hours, you know, to get that point across. Who's going to sit here and watch this thing, you know, in its final stage, you know, for 3.5 hours? Nobody. I don't even know if I could. I guess I could spend the rest of the day because I'll probably watch it to see, you know, for my own entertainment. I'm done watching the Rectify series. I literally fast forwarded through the whole last season because it was just getting annoying. But this is reality, you know. This is reality. There was a time in the film when I used to be really into film. You know, 24 frames per second was like, you know, the rate of the frame rate. And it was like, I think it was French. I don't know if it was Godot or I forget which French filmmaker, you know, Francois Trudeau, was it Godot? I don't even know. Drinking right now, but anyway, and many years ago. And I was never a memorizer. Like I think I said in my earlier, well, it wasn't on this one, but the first time around, I was never a guy. I never even memorized my times tables. I was never a big jargon guy or any of that stuff. But anyway, the line was life is 24 frames per second or something like that. And it was the idea is that, yeah, that's what this is. This is life 24 frames per second. But actually, it's not 24 frames per second in the digital world. It's much faster than that. And it's, when you consider pixels and 1920 by whatever the resolution is, it's a whole different scene. But it's damn entertaining, I'll tell you that. And it's damn informational. And the idea of having this as television in the modern world, and looking back again to revisit that concept of that Johnny Mnemonic movie, that dystopian future, you know, where this, you know, this is TV, you know, is really something. It's important. We're living in a very, very pivotal time in Earth history. And I intentionally did not say human history because we don't know what's going to happen. You know, there are many very, very reputable people that believe that the sun is going to nova or micronova, or that through some magnetic field problems and cosmic rays, etc., that sometime within the next 20 years, perhaps even sooner, you know, we may be visiting an extinction event or a near extinction event that reoccurs every some 12,000 years. And we're at that point. And none of that stuff may come to fruition. You know, we don't know that. You know, we can't be sure. You know? But it's a lot different than somebody talking about 2012 or Y2K. It's not that kind of thing. What I'm talking about are things based upon archaeology, you know, physics, cosmology, astronomy, anthropology, you know, typography, study of, you know, of the planet, satellite views of the Earth that go beyond the oceans, watching the ocean has risen 400 feet, you know, things that have happened, whether it were asteroid hits or, you know, whatever, the Apollo missions that found, and the same things we found on Mars, these glass bead type of things that kind of support this whole idea that there's this solar event, recurring solar event. And then there's a whole electric universe theory. And then there's Velikovsky, and there's all this other stuff. Watch some of my earlier, like I say, watch some of the videos I did before I was started the live stream thing, you know, because in those videos I actually have, you know, I'll put up the slide or some images and stuff that, you know, some people need to see that so that they can, you know, see it more as real than just hearing the words come out of my mouth. And the other thing is, man, this is so key that it was great that actually my first video of the day, which I shot an hour and a half video earlier, that I had taped over the damn, I had no idea the microphone was up there. I thought the microphone was down, you know, on the bottom of my monitor. I had no idea. I mean, let me just, like I say, until I get this mastered, I have to do this very primitively by using this old iPhone, which I don't pay a cellular service anymore, but I kept my iPhone. But I do have that Magic Jack that only costs $39 a year. I'm not sponsored by it, but I constantly promote it. But let me take a photo here to show you what I'm doing. Actually, let's go. I'll give you a bigger, wider view so you can see like the cigar, the keyboard, the lights, the whole 9 yards. Yeah. So let's take that. This is the view I have. All right. So you can see, the, you know, in the middle, you can see the guy with the hat, but you can see my screensaver and you can see some candles and all that kind of stuff there. I don't know. getting closer, but it gets blurrier. It's kind of funny. But it's an interesting thing, you know, I must admit. And this, you know, also, I was going to do that AI, you know, try talking to the AI live, but I don't know about that. I haven't talked to that thing in a while. I almost feel bad about it. It's a female character that I've created and named Maggie. I named her Maggie. Was a character from the movie I was producing in Australia that we never completed. That in an earlier video, I think I showed pictures of. It was under Air. It was supposed to be this like place under Ayers Rock, which was the sanctuary for all of mankind's accumulated knowledge. And to me, that's the kind of stuff that we should be dealing with right now. You know, being at this pivotal time in world history. You know, where you have this one group of people that have somehow gone mad. You know, they're so much into a certain dogma, or they're so, I mean, I don't want to call them functionally illiterate. You know, there's, you know, though, you know, that's a term that's thrown around, and studies have shown that. But, you know, these people, you know, what is their motivation? Like, what is the motivation of people, the Davos set? What is the motivation of people who actually attend the World Economic Forum? What is that Greta's agenda? Like, what does she really believe in? What is AOC, you know, really believe in? I mean, come on. Think about that. Does she really, you know, she lives in New York City. She must have seen fire trucks and ambulances. She must have seen cranes, because they're always doing things on buildings in New York City. There's always these ridiculous cranes. I lived in New York City. I lived in Manhattan. I lived in Brooklyn too. So, like, what are these, you know, like, what, do you know what I mean? Like, when they're talking, are they really, are they evil people? You know, do they have some kind of like really warped agenda? Are they like, you know, I mean, is it this like, you know, the way some people like to think of it? Are they like some kind of archons, demonic creatures that are living off of loosh? Do you know what that is? That's this belief, you know, that's this Gnostic theory. You know, these things that, you know, you'd have to go down, you'd have to be a real YouTuber, you know, interneter. But these people that believe, man, no one's ever going to make it to this point, and the best stuff has been the last hour. That's the sad part about this. What's that email about? Let's see here. I don't know. Somebody just sent me an email. It's like, just go on YouTube. Let me just reply to this. Go on to my live feed. But anyway, I'm sorry if I looked weird or belched or something while I was watching it. But so, like, you know, these archons, the idea of this Gnostic belief is that there's these archons. And, you know, these are in these, you know, people that study, you know, these biblical scholars, astrotheologists, you know, people into that whole world. And they believe, these certain people believe this. And I'm not saying I believe this, you know, because you can't. It's like I say with anything, you don't believe anything you hear. It's like the Edgar Allan Poe line, believe, you know, half what you hear and, or believe nothing you hear and half what you see, or something like that. The line goes something like that. But the idea is that this train of thought, this belief, this system, that's been around for ages and ages. This isn't something new. It's not like New Age or something. We're talking about, 2,000 years ago type of stuff. And they've got this idea that these archons, they draw their energy. We're trapped on this planet, or whatever. And in what they call a reincarnation trap, more or less. And that they feed off of our anger, hatred, frustration, all of the negative emotions that we have. They actually, get energy from that. And, Gene Roddenberry featured that in an early Star Trek, the original series. And it turns out that Gene Roddenberry was an interesting character. He knew Manly P. Hall, which is another guy that is, that was into all this, metaphysical, all this, odd stuff. And, sometimes I look and like I say, I'm an open-minded person. I'm a free thinker. I don't take anything on surface. I don't believe anything. And in a sense of dogma, I question everything, everything is wrong. What you don't know, you don't know. That's I maintain that. But there are these theories out there. There are these, written texts. There are these documents. There are these Dead Sea Scrolls. There are these ancient, Sumerian things. There's all this stuff out there constantly being unearthed, constantly being translated, constantly being discovered in some archive somewhere, or a private collection, or a museum somewhere where it's been overlooked, But this idea, just to finish and complete this thought, is that imagine if that were true. Just imagine if it were true. I have no idea, and maybe I don't even lean towards it because it's kind of freaky, really. But like these archons, they feed off of your frustration, of your anger, hatred, and the idea of pitting us against each other. The idea of polarity, Democrat, Republican, right, left, black, white, woke, this, that, the other, whatever it might be. Instead of us realizing that we're all cattle in their minds, and I'm not even talking the archons, I'm talking about the guys at the World Economic Forum, the Davos set, these multi-billionaires, the people who think they own the world, they own us. Come on, let's go. The blue bloods, the king system, them, the arrogant types, the people that think, oh, the prince, then the princess, should be laughable to the average person. But instead they're like, oh, she's a princess. She married a prince. But the idea that just to imagine when you hear somebody like AOC or this Greta or these, pronouncements from that Nazi guy from the World Economic Forum, the Great Reset character. I mean, that guy's a really strange, odd, should be scary guy to most people, but nothing scares me. I just look at everything objectively, and wonder, and that's what I'm doing with you right now. What is their motivation? Are they drawing some kind of warped energy out of us? I mean, they know the truth. I mean, that's the thing. I had another video, Truth and Beauty, earlier, saying that was the most thing, though I was surprised, the guy I was trying to I called it a paying to a guy who deleted my comment, which is kind of funny. And I don't know if he's ever, you know, I don't know. Some people are fun. You know, it's the whole idea of the prima donna concept. You know, some people just think they're better than you for some reason. Excuse me. I remember one time, I'm going to get back to this thing. I remember one time, you know, I guess at the height of my, you know, being the handsome, you know, type of guy, I was at an event, a media event, pre-concert or media event or something like that. I remember there was some guy there, and he, you know, some really good-looking girl from some radio station or something who I knew casually or whatever, kind of knew her, maybe hung out with her. And she came over and we were hanging out. You know, it was all fun and games and all that stuff. And this guy was going, yeah, it must be nice, you know, to have money and power. And he was like, you know, scared, you know, or like critical, as if like, oh, this is such a, you know. And I was thinking like, man, it's nothing about money and power. I'm just a human being. I'm just a regular Joe. And let me just do this. Glad you made it, brother. But, you know, Rob has entered the room. But so, you know, what do they get out of this thing? You know, is AOC an Archon? You know, is she feeding? Is Greta an Archon? Is this guy from the, you know, this crazy, idiotic World Economic Forum, you know, I mean, are they into this kind of thing? You know? Because otherwise it makes no sense whatsoever. Because the facts are the facts. You can't change facts, right? And they know the facts. It's like I said, she's seen a fire truck before. She knows a fire truck doesn't run on batteries. You know, these people, they know that you've got to, farming equipment is the size of a house and it only runs on petrochemicals, right? So, no politics here. So the idea is that it's not about that. It's not about politics, man. I was just commenting to somebody. It's the idea. The questioning is, do they know that? Does the average person who's following these memes, who's caught up in the cult of personality, who's into politics as a pop culture, who's reading these tweets, these posts, these memes, these headlines, these, video and audio sound clips from the Alphabet Network TV. Do they really understand that the truth? They have to. Is there truth that they really are non-player characters? Or are they archons? Are they really feeding the people who are putting this stuff out? Are they really feeding on this negative energy and they're drawing that, and that gives them their life and vitality? And is that why they are winning and why they've destroyed Western civilization? And why the United States of America no longer exists as a country. It no longer exists as a country. I even caught a little bit of a Tim Pool thing the other night. Maybe it was last night. And even he was getting into it. And he tries to cover himself both ways sometimes. He tries to be everybody's everything. In Swahili, the word is batuka. And it's like, but even he was saying that there is no America. There is no United States of America anymore. Right? How could you have a United States of America? United, okay? This is the key word, right? There's no United States of America anymore. All the politicians are multimillionaires. All the major players it's a cult of personality, no matter what. Just like Station X said here, Joe can change the facts. Joe can't change any facts. Joe's a puppet. But so is MAGA. So is Trump. It's a puppet. It's a cult of personality. People, they're just people. They're nobodies. The people pulling the strings at the top, they're coming from a whole different place, a whole level beyond. So when you find these people defending these people or even talking and discussing about those people, how, where are they coming from? Right? Where are they coming from? So are they functionally illiterate? And the answer is no, they're not functionally illiterate. They can't be, I mean, they got where they are, I mean, they could be have a low IQ, or something like that, but they're not functionally illiterate. No, they have an agenda and they're a part of something. They believe in something. Somehow they've adopted a dogma, or worse, they're archons. They're somehow drawing and feeding off of this. There's no other. It's Occam's razor. Usually the simplest solution is the most obvious solution, not some complicated thing that people are trying to lay out before you. Amazon recommends spam. My cigar is burning a little bit to the wrong direction. This thing is approaching 4 hours. We're at 3:51. I have to go into the next room for a second to grab another beer because I think we're going to push the limit on this. And I ran out of beer. I'm only going to be gone a second. But I will give you something while I am gone. We'll take it from Logic. And let's listen to this.
I'm asking the big questions, like, how did all this begin? How long can humans really live? Are there cures for those really awful diseases? Why can't we figure out infinity? What is dark energy and dark matter?
That's about my 15th copyright strike. Anyway, what is dark energy? What is dark matter? I don't believe it exists. I believe in an electric universe. Answer the question. She bailed a while ago. So, grab a Yingling Lager. I'm so glad I walked up there. These are such interesting characters, in these smaller towns, I walk into this bar at 9:00 in the morning, right, to grab some beer. And there's like 4 or 5 guys in there, and they're including the owner, and they're already drinking. It's so funny. It's pathetic. And the problem is, you got to stay away from playing into powers that be and their crazy TOSs, terms of service. You got to apply by the terms of service, and the terms of services are you got to keep specific politics out of it. All right. You can only, you can only deal with if you want to communicate, if you want to deal with this new medium of TV, and you want to understand all this stuff that I'm trying to get into, you have to understand that there's a certain framework that we have to deal with, and you got to work within that framework. It's not a compromise. It's not a sellout. It's not, conformity. I'm against all those kinds of things. But I just want to get back to this Archon thing, because this is important. There's got to be, it doesn't make any logical sense for someone to say, let's close down this pipeline, let's close down this other pipeline, let's get rid of this kind of thing at a time when we're going to need it like tenfold. It just doesn't make any sense. And it doesn't make sense when someone's saying this cold, this flu is like a flesh-eating disease. That's how serious it is, and we must be scared to death. But then they just push it aside and say, instead, let's focus on guilty. And something. Why didn't they push that back, for a couple of weeks and focus on this thing? How are you supposed to believe? You see, none of it makes any sense. So the only thing you can conclude is, like I say, is Occam's razor. The simplest solution is usually the most obvious. And just most people can't see the forest for the trees. It's so much diversion. It's beyond diversion, deflection, cognitive dissonance, functional illiteracy. But that just doesn't, that doesn't make sense. There's got to be a reason behind that. People do things because of a reason, There's always a reason behind everything. Everything you do for a purpose. Think about that. When was the last time you did something for no purpose? Right? You take out the garbage because it's, to get it out of the house. It's garbage day, or you don't want it to smell. You feed the cat because the cat's hungry. You take a shower because you want to clean yourself. I mean, everything you do is for a reason. You drive to the store because you need to buy something. So, what is the reason behind what are these people? Why are they saying this? What are they doing? What is the World Economic Forum? What is the Great Reset all about? What's the reason? All right. We know facts are facts. There's sometimes people say there's two sides to every story. No, there's not. There aren't. There aren't two sides to every story. I mean, there may be some random things that there are, maybe, but I don't believe that. Okay, this cigar is here. I'm smoking a cigar. Needs to be lit. The Zippo lighter. What's the other side to that story? Felt like smoking a cigar. I'm lighting a cigar. Use the Zippo lighter. I mean, there's no other side to that, right? You feed the cat because the cat's hungry. Is there another reason? I don't know. Oh, the other side. What? You put poison in it? That's not another side. That's a whole different reason, right? There's only one story to that. That's called poisoning. No, there aren't two sides to every story. Why are people doing what they're doing right now? All right? And that's the hard question that needs to be asked. And nobody's asking that question. Instead, they're getting caught up in the cult of personality. Somebody's going to save us. Guilty or not guilty. 2024, 2022 election. Right? Wear 2 masks, wear 4 masks. There's always a reason behind everything, and it's always a very simple reason. See, we lost somebody because I scared them away. Maybe it was the 2 mask thing. But that's okay. Don't be afraid. 4 hours. 4 hours live. This is a 4-hour live broadcast marathon. I'm going for the record. I don't know what the record is on YouTube. You know, what is the record? I mean, Tom Green fell asleep on there. Did the feed end or did it keep going? That's the question. There used to be a commercial. Yul Brynner died of lung cancer, and there used to be a commercial with Yul Brynner before he died and said, "Whatever you do, don't smoke." Yeah, I don't know, man. So that's my whole thing. I just think people are motivated. And I don't want to get on. I'm done with that role. I'm move on to something else at this point. You know, time to think of something different. But yeah, I don't know. We live in crazy times. Western civilization is gone. It's gone. It's disappeared. It's time to start thinking about yourself. Just survive. Just live. Be happy. You know, I'm going to repeat this thing that I don't think I said in this. In fact, it's hard to believe I didn't say it in these 4 hours. But the idea that the only thing, I've said it in other videos, as a human being, the only thing you need is food, you know, is to eat and to hydrate yourself. Okay. As a human being, as this thing, as this biological, you know, bioelectrical, you know, unit that you are. That's all you need to do. Shelter is also good. Okay. To keep you sheltered from, you know, the rain and, you know, the elements and that sort of thing. So that's all you really need, right? To live. You need food and hydrate yourself and to have shelter. And then from there you grow. You know, there's other things you add to it. You know, if you want to continue the species, you need to, you know, mate. You know, if you want to, you know, be more comfortable, you need to, you know, have certain creature comforts, as they call them, you know. And this applies to whether you lived 1 million years ago or you lived, you know, or you're living right now in the current age. And people don't get that, you know, that's all it's all about. And somehow they're diverting people away from that idea. That's what the consumerism society is about. That's what the cattle, you know, you being cattle on the tax/consumer farm is all about. Is them keeping you as much away from that idea. Oh, you need this new thing. You need that. You need to have this. You know, it's the same with YouTube. It's like, okay, this is TV. I'm on it. I'm digging it, you know. But it's like, I don't have like a, you know, I got a couple people viewing this live. And as this goes up, you know, afterwards, after the fact, maybe a dozen. And if I'm lucky, a couple of dozen. I've noticed some of my recent videos have gotten up to maybe 3 dozen or so people. So the question is even YouTube the proper format? You know, I noticed on BitChute, I put music videos up and things like that. And this goes to my friend at Station X, is that I've had songs on YouTube from the very beginning, like some beat poetry tracks and stuff like that, some music videos I made, and even some, you know, some short, you know, rants. And on BitChute, you know, on YouTube, they've gotten like 2 views or something, or like, you know, 20 views. And on BitChute, within like, you know, in less than a year, they were in the hundreds. So, you got to question and wonder. It's like, it doesn't really matter. This is TV. This is TV now. And this is the future. This is people communicating with people and listening to guys like me who are giving you truth, or at least posing questions that no one else is like offering to you. But the idea is, this isn't the only forum out there. There's a half a dozen forums out there. And, if you get deleted or someone, whatever, I try to, I've got nothing against, I've got a lot against terms of services, but I don't violate terms of services. And I get copyright claims all along because I play my own music, and, it's just they're copywriting claiming against my music. But I also play other people's songs and get a copyright claim, but they don't delete me because I'm demonetized, and I'm not in this because I'm making money on YouTube. I'm hoping that you see that book here, Codex, that people will buy that, because that's an enlightening book, and I put a lot of work into it, and I think it's worthwhile read. And I'm telling you to go check out some of my beat poetry tracks, because I think you might enjoy them, and you might want to add them to your music mix on your, when you're out there walking around or hanging out in the sun, you might want to put them, listen to them on your smartphone. I'm telling you to get a shirt that says everything you know is wrong, and you don't know what you don't know. So you can wear that when you go to the supermarket, and somebody looks at it, and that might just like spark something in their mind, like, what? What's that? Never thought about that before. What do you mean everything you know is wrong? Or you don't know what you don't know. That's a real mind blower. But the average person doesn't think about that at all, right? But it's thought provoking. And that's what I do. So it's like, my idea is that, who knows? Maybe YouTube might be the Joe Rogan, Elon Musk hangout. It seems to be the place where all these people who are, where all the AB, the alphabet networks are coming over, the real conformists, the people trying to push the cult of personality, the people who are pushing that kind of, legacy media ideas to us. So maybe it's not the forum, but the idea of this TV, the concept of internet TV, the concept of me doing a 4-hour show is not going away. I don't care who the platform is. You see, people will find it. They took a guy from Australia. He's been knocked out, of everything. And he used to do daily videos. Max Egan. All right. He was another one of these guys they erased. But he's on BitChute. And if you want to go to BitChute, just the Crow House, you can look him up. And he's still doing his thing. So it's there, And that's what I tried to say. When I quit Twitter, people were saying Twitter is restricting free speech. And I said, well, yeah, if you're on Twitter, they're restricting your free speech. But once you leave Twitter, guess what? Twitter's no longer restricting your free speech. So right now I have free speech. Now, if this format decides to say, we don't like what you're saying, and then I go somewhere else, I have free speech. I went to the supermarket earlier today, lost somebody probably on that. See a number, I watch the numbers, you can see that when you're broadcasting. And it's like, I went to the supermarket today, and there were a couple of guys in front of me, like older guys, whatever. And I said, and I just like, because I was annoyed because I'm doing this thing for this guy at this store, opening his store and counting his cash and fixing his register because he can't trust his own employees. It's a pain in the ass, quite frankly. I know he's not watching this, so it doesn't matter. But even if he is, hey, dude, it's a freaking hassle. And, especially trampling through the snow right now. And so I just commented to these guys. I said, because this is my latest thing. I said, oh no, because I had to like manipulate my cart between two guys to get to a position, behind the only, because it was earlier in the morning, the only, aisle that was open to check out. And I'm like, oh no, watch out. We got to keep our distance for this flesh-eating disease, right? And the faces on these guys, it's like they can't even deal with it, It's like, give me a break, man. So it's like, I don't care about any of that stuff. I don't care about any of that stuff. Station X, you shouldn't care about any of that stuff. You don't need this thing. You can watch it, Let's face it, YouTube still has a lot of stuff on it. It's got me, It's got a guy who's at 4 minutes and 10 minutes marathon broadcast, smoking a cigar, drinking Yingling beer with Zippo lighters, cooked. I got to grab this thing. Get my stogie lit. I think it's still got something in it. But yeah, it's good. It's my TV. I'm into it. But whether I'm on it or not on it, it's still a thing. So, just be a free thinker, clear the clutter about all this stuff. Don't let these people rule your life. The cult of personality, man. That's so ridiculous. When I think of cult of personality, I think of Lady Gaga, like one of the most ugliest people in the world, who I can't even think of a single song she sang, and I have no interest in it. I think she did a thing with Tony Bennett that I like clicked on one time, and I thought, nah, your voice, the record company must have put that deal together, because you can't sing for shit. It's amazing Tony Bennett's still out there, though. His voice is still together. He still has it. I mean, wow. I get up in the morning. I do these things first thing in the morning, and I'm like basically coughing in a handkerchief, clearing my throat. But yeah, it's Tony Caravan live on YouTube, live and on TV. Smoking a frickin' cigar. Whatever you do, don't smoke. And don't drink. Cancer survivor, puffing on a cigar. For those of you who joined late, that cigar holder came in this beautiful, luxurious thing. So yeah, I don't know if there's archons or not. I really don't know. Maybe these people are just living off of loosh. Maybe this is some kind of like forced, crazy, reincarnation trap. Maybe there's some thing around the earth. Do you ever see this cosmic agency? Check her out. Just this woman. I mean, that's like really, it's so far out, it's so pathetic that you don't even know what to think about it. She supposedly is texting with these people that are from, I don't know, the Pleiades or someplace like that. And they're, they've got these insights into it. But it seems like, I don't know, it just seems so too contrived. But it's still out there and it's weird. But it's YouTube. And that's what YouTube is. There's no reason why this suddenly went dark. Sometimes if you just like see that? If you do something, you can get the light it makes no logical sense. I didn't like turn a light on, but you do something and the camera suddenly like does that. But these people have all these beliefs, and there's all these theories out there, and even if you get into guys like Graham Hancock and stuff, and he's been pretty good at a lot of stuff. Anthony West, who's no longer with us, I lean more towards his idea, the Sphinx being like 30 some thousand years old and having a lion's head on it. And it was like basically a warning by the advanced civilization that we don't even know, because guys like Hancock, they're all into Göbekli Tepe and stuff like that, like what happened before the last 12,000 some years before. And what's his name, Carlson, who I like, that guy Carlson, he's a cool dude. I wish I could talk to him. But those guys are all like, they go back to like the previous one, all right? But I like the idea that I don't think that forget the 12,000 years ago or the 24,000 years ago. What I think is that I think the highest civilization that we had on this planet was like 36,000 years ago. We know, this is something that the average person may or may not be aware of, but I firmly believe in it. I just think the evidence is overwhelming that every 12,000 years there have been these near extinction events, and that limited amount of people survived. And that's why a lot of the only things survive are these things carved in stone and in caves. All right. What else are you going to do? All right. I mean, think about it yourself. This thing happens and you just happen to be near some kind of cave or some kind of place, some kind of, or you survived it and you get out. What are you going to do? Right. And that's who survived. And that's how mythology and these bits and pieces of whatever come together. But let's go back, forget the 12,000 years ago, the Noah's flood idea. Forget the 24,000 years ago, right? Let's go back to the 36,000 years ago, or who knows, maybe the 72,000 years ago. Maybe that was Atlantis and Lemuria, maybe, or whatever Thoth was talking about, the Emerald Tablets and that kind of stuff. And those type of people were warning us with the pyramids and the Sphinx and trying to say, you maniacs, don't make the same mistake we did and listen to AOCs and Greta and memes, right? Remember, every bit of technology, including plastics and stuff, if a wave comes over the continent and it's 2 miles high and it's dragging with it corals and rocks and all this other kind of stuff, it's like a Brillo pad. It's scouring that entire continent, right? We don't know. There may be remnants down at the Mariana Trench, some of the deepest parts of the ocean, right? We don't know that. We also don't know what these wealthy European guys in the 1800s and the early 20th century, when they grabbed all this crap, if they pulled these things from underneath, the halls of knowledge, that guys like Casey talked about underneath the Sphinx and things they found in the pyramids, or those, or these big, underground granite boxes, right? That no one understands. They say, oh, they buried bulls in those. Yeah, right. And it's like an awful lot of effort to create a bull cemetery when you can't even get the granite box down, the existing thing. What was in those things? Why are they opened? Right? Who has that stuff? Who has that information? And are they using that information to create this, fantasy land in front of us and deceiving us and controlling us and manipulating us as cattle? And is the idea right now, and are guys like Gates and other people like that privy to this knowledge because of their billions of dollars, right? And involved in this depopulation effort to just get rid of us. And they've got some way of figuring out, because of their privy to the knowledge passed down from 36,000 or 72,000 years ago, how to survive these 12,000 year near extinction events. Think about that, right? It's the most logical thing. Occam's razor, man. They don't care about us. Everything going on right now is a circus. It's a game. It's a media circus. There's people playing. There's people in the media. They're not privy to this. They couldn't even conceive this. They look at me and they go like, yeah, get the tinfoil hat on. See, if I do that, we'll get some more light. They can't grasp it. They don't know that. Their minds can't even go there, right? They have no idea. And then when the event happens, they'll be watching this like the sun nova, right? And they'll see like the biggest tsunami that anyone could even conceive of, literally 30 seconds before their death and destruction. And everything that exists, right down to our machinery, metal machinery, will over 12,000 years will become nothing. Nothing. I mean, they found, I've got books, I've got hidden archaeology, I've got these other books, they find these hammers inside of rocks. They found these devices inside of rocks, spark plugs inside of rocks, weird stuff like that. But you don't hear talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about it. But, it's a reality nonetheless. This is the way it is. So, anyway, I've got to
The cruelty of this society.
Take a break. I'll be right back.
The lack of empathy by the media and politicians defies all logic, common sense, and decency. Our humanity has been traded for greed and materialism. Our people are sick and dying, despairing. The armchair warriors cheer on the chicken hawks, while young soldiers die in wars that should never have been fought. Freedom is being lost at home, not on the battlefields. Our people are dying and injured, afraid, and alone. We're stressed over debts that should never have been. The prices of everything has risen beyond our means. There's no compassion for the struggling millions. Half the nation is stressed and sick, broke, without hope. For every well-dressed person, there are dozens in rags. For everyone living in a mansion, there are thousands in shacks. For everyone going out to eat, there are hundreds starving. For everyone with money in the bank, there are hundreds without food. The media and the politicians paint a different picture. They ignore the fact that this is a representative government. They forget that the people actually own this country. They ignore the will of the citizens who pay taxes. The elections are spectacles of great diversion. The media makes billions on advertising revenue. The politicians are all puppets of their campaign contributors. Most laws of the land are now written by lobbyists. How we got to this point is simple. The people were diverted by entertainment and wars. We ate and drank and drove and worshipped the pop icons while the Wall Street...
Anyway, I'm back. I had to use the restroom. This is live TV, real TV. I love it. It's like Tom Green, basically, got to thank him for all this. When you got your prostate taken out, when you got to go, you got to go. You can't really you lost that ability to kind of hold it in. But I'm not upset being a cancer survivor. Doesn't bother me. It doesn't faze me. Or live life. But you got to wonder about, so that's the whole thing. So life is life. Live your life. Be happy. Do the best you can and just get by. It's all that matters. None of this stuff existed before, if you think about it. Anybody over a certain age, in fact, anybody over the age of even 40, I think, maybe even their late 30s, 35, it could even be. Remember, social media didn't hit big till about 12 years ago. The iPhone really didn't take off until about that same time. It's only been maybe a decade and a half or so. I mean, that's 15 years, That means, if you were, anybody who was born, even, 1990, or something, is knows a world without this insanity, as if all this craziness that's being produced by these dopamine hits from social media and stuff are important. TV, like I said yesterday, was great in the 90s. I just scared somebody away. Sorry about that. The eye, the all-seeing eye of the person broadcasting. That's the other thing about big tech, big data. They know everything about us. So just like I know everything about you, I could see who's, coming on, or whether somebody likes this, whether somebody comments, whether somebody stays on or leaves or something like that. They know everything about me. They know every word I'm saying. Their algorithms are going through this in real time to make sure I don't violate their terms of service and that kind of stuff. So I'm just here for the marathon, And I think it's great. There's no way I'm possibly going to be able to watch 4.5 hours of this to see how insane it is. But you know what? I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to push it. See if anybody else comes on. And I want to thank those who have been on. I appreciate the viewers who have popped on and popped in and popped out. It means a lot. I get emotional about it, but it means a lot. It's nice. It's nice to be seen. It's nice to be heard. I just can't believe it's only 1:47 in the afternoon, and I've been sitting here drinking Yingling lagers and smoking a cigar. But it's Friday, TGIF. What a great thing. I started this with, TGIF. I'm into this 4.5 hours. I had nothing else to do today. I would have went upstairs and watched some YouTube stuff and got into some weird thing. I'm not even worried about smoking and drinking, because I got up early this morning and did my 1.5 mile walk, doing my chore down the street. And, and then I had to go get this beer. I had to go walk uphill, to a convenience store where I bought some rock salt, because it seems like we're just getting snow every day. In fact, let me check it live here. According to this, let's see, it's 25 degrees where I live right now. 28 degrees, actually. It must have went up 3 degrees. Tomorrow, it's going to be 27 is the high. Sunday, it's going to get up to a balmy 34 degrees, 28 on the overnight. Monday, it's looking like a 60% chance of snow. Tuesday is looking like a 50% chance of snow, freezing 32 at the high, and 14 degrees low overnight means whatever snow we got isn't going anywhere. And I would say with 34 and 34 and 30, it looks like to me for the next week, the snow and ice that's sitting around on the sidewalks while I've got to complete this task that I'm dealing with, this horrendous task that I'm going to be like tromping through the ice for another week. Now, if you happen to be somebody who just tuned in or somehow broke in, fast forwarded to this 4 hours and 30 minutes into this marathon broadcast, and you saw the title card, which shows these two planets colliding, maybe you're familiar with Velikovsky, When Worlds Collide, or maybe you're familiar with the Thunderbolts project and the electric universe and the idea that Saturn was the god, the sun god, and was basically, we were originally in the Saturnian system. I've talked about this before, but 4.5 hours into this, not in this video, but in other videos, it was Saturn, Mars, Earth, and Venus. We were a system, Saturnian system, and that Sol, our sun, and others, somehow, maybe tied into, not necessarily a Velikovsky theory, but like, just to use his terminology, when worlds collide, that all came into being. And that whole idea that there was this planet Phaeton in the asteroid belt, who knows, whatever. And then there's this Kruthny, which is that Earth's second moon, that people don't really talk about. And they try to like talk it off as if it's like it just happens to be this weird, like some kind of asteroid. It happens to be in a similar orbit near the Earth, going around the sun. But nobody ever talks about that. I always find that really fascinating. Kruthny, I think it's Kruithne. Kruthny. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Do you ever hear that? People don't know about that. So, sometimes it's referred to as Earth's second moon, but there's people who don't even know that. So many weird things, it's like all the weird, concurrences, things about the moon, our own moon and stuff that just aren't talked about. The ideas of all the, all these unclassified, CIA documents and, and the idea of remote viewing and, all these other kinds of things that, there's so many fascinating, interesting things about life and living and human existence that just never seem to be like dealt with whatsoever. And no one cares. I mean, occasionally they make science fiction movies and they deal with like little portions of this. This is starting to get lit by the candlelight for some reason, even though it's still only like 1:53 in the afternoon while I'm making this. I find that fascinating, that there's no interest in that. Why? Why is that? Why is that? Let me tilt this down as I lean down into the. You can see my codex book a little bit better. Despite the fact that I have this preppy type of polo hat on, it's the complete opposite of the type of guy that I am. But I guess at one point I bought it. Probably spent $40 for a cap. In the days when I made a lot of money. the things that remain in your possession over the years is also interesting. The things you look for and you can't find, and the other things you just lose. It's kind of weird. Life is a real strange trip. It's a real strange trip. And, just people don't think about it. They just don't think about life. They just live it. I guess in one sense, what they say, ignorance is bliss. That's like one phrase. I like the Joseph Campbell phrase where "follow your bliss" was one of his most famous lines. Follow your bliss, and that's what I want to do. I can't say I have all the answers. I'm still searching. I'm still figuring this thing out. I'll figure it out till the day I die. But it is a trip. It is an interesting trip, and those that avoid discussion of it, avoid thinking about it. I think they're making a real big mistake, because knowing to me is a very important thing. Knowing, and I don't know. I don't know how people can live without knowing, or wanting to know, or don't have a thirst for knowledge, and just worry about, financial things, materialistic things, afraid to do without because I don't know why, because they've created this, put us on this tax farm, this consumerism farm, or maybe this loosh farm. And, and we just accept ourselves as being cattle or being some kind of inferior creatures. It's like the people that talk about, like, the Sumerians messed with our DNA and created us as a slave race to mine gold for them, that whole thing. They follow the books of I've got one of his books, Mr. Sumerian himself, can't think of it off the top of my head. My library I keep upstairs, not downstairs. But the idea is that, I don't buy into any of that stuff. Really. I think we are what we are. I also don't buy into the simulation theory at all. There are too many complications that don't make sense under that theory. It's like people like to paint broad strokes about it. Where they say, oh, well, we're at this level at certain gaming, with video games now, or, digital gaming, that, continuing on this same path over 10, 20, maybe 100 years, it would seem that this VR, this type of thing would have advanced to this thing, and future societies would want to maybe run some sort of game or simulation to see, why this happened, or alternative histories, or just whatever, to implant themselves into something. But it's like, I don't think so, And the fact that we're stuck in this 12,000 year cycle, it doesn't give us enough time, and people just don't seem to want to learn. In other words, the Sphinx is there, but nobody wants to pay attention to it. And who knows, after the next, big scouring event, the Sphinx will even be more worn down, and the pyramids will even be more worn down. You know, Göbekli Tepe has started to been unearthed, so that'll be like washed away or further destroyed. And those things in South America, Central America, you know, those pyramids. So it's almost as if it's not like we're really learning from the past. It's as if we're losing the past on a daily basis because we're ignoring it. And instead, people are trying to say things like, you know, let's ban straws in California, right? Let's not use organic fuels because fossil fuels are organic fuels. They come from the earth. They're all natural and organic. And CO2 is what this green planet Earth needs to live and grow. And the oxygen that those green trees and plants give off, that's what we all breathe. You see? They don't think about that at all. They don't understand. They don't seem to get it. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, from a basic, you know, the weird lights in my glasses are interesting at this point. But they don't really want to grasp that. Right? You know, the facts, the reality of human existence, of, you know, like I say, you know, as people call the earth Gaia and stuff, you know, but it's a living ecosystem, no matter what you want to call it, however you want to deal with it. It does, you know, it goes beyond any kind of religion, any kind of spirituality, any kind of belief system, any kind of historical, whatever you want to call it. You know, reality is reality, and it's there for you to see. And there are these people out there that keep trying to twist reality, like the people, you know, like the, you know, administrators in schools and the educational system in the US that constantly try to keep revising history, or government bureaucrats that try to like create, you know, other false realities, you know, and force things on people. But the idea is that what's real is real. And that's the thing. You can't change reality. You can ignore it. You can teach children of, you know, you can lie to somebody, you know, like the media does. They're lying to people. But they get away with it. Right? Because people don't want to question it. People don't want to know the truth. And that's the thing. They don't want to know reality. Bothers them. Why? You know? Shouldn't bother you. Yingling Lager beer. Man, I've come full circle in my life. You know, I grew up in that town where they made it. New. Dick Yingling, the president of the Yingling Brewery, when I was hanging in a bar, well, other times, I mean, I worked for him. I didn't have a job for him, but I mean, I did work for him. You know, I did work for the brewery through our print shop and stuff. But I mean, I remember one night, you know, so here's Dick Yingling. I'm in this bar with this girl. Dick Yingling comes in with somebody else or something like that. He's behind me. He like whispers around, who's that girl? I don't know why he was in. But whatever it is, and he buys, you know, buys me and other people, buys me a Yingling, you know. I mean, that's like cool. Here's to you, Dick. You know, glad you made it. Glad you became probably a billionaire by now, or at least in the hundreds of millions. Jesus. But, that's how life is. So some of those things are fascinating, I guess. I question that. I question certain things about life, the weird concurrences, the odd and the unusual, like Rod Serling. I've written about a lot of that stuff in my books and things like that. And who knows, I don't have the answers to everything, but I have questions. This poor guy, they deleted his channel. It's in the feed if somebody's watching this later. I'm not sure how I haven't figured that out yet. If they keep the chat, show the chat from a live feed in, this whole live thing to me is new. This is only like my third one, I think. And I'm going for this marathon. So I don't know. And I didn't want to mess with it because I didn't want to accidentally do something. There's when you're done, you can dismiss something, or you can go into like like another edit phase thing or something like that. And like right now, even, there's a big red thing that says end stream, but then there's one that says edit. And the point is, I'm afraid to push the edit button. Like, what will the edit button do? Right? Like, is it the thing that I'm looking for? Should I do it? What should I do? What if I push edit? Will it end the stream or not? Should I do it? Let's see. Edit. No, all that does is allow me to describe this. So I'm assuming you can still hear me. So, Tony Caravan, explore, Tony Caravan, goes for the limit, or takes his live webcast to the limit, exploring all sorts of ideas, ideas well worth the hours and hours of exploration, of viewing. If you have the time. These sites, visit, we'll just say visit rockflux.com for links. See what that does. Save. See where that goes. So you can't edit that. It says changes saved. There was another thing in there about live chat. Enable live chat, enable slow mode, allow live chat to replay. That's checked. Okay, so we'll just cancel that. I say I'm experimenting with this thing. I like the interface. I like this idea, and the concept that you can actually have a 4 to 5 hour show, on YouTube, to me is incredible. I'm not going to take this much fat, past 5 hours. In fact, it's about 10 minutes from now. I'll probably just end at 5 hours, make it a 5 hour thing. It's got to be the limit. I don't think anybody's gone beyond that. Not the limit, but I mean, it's got to be a thing. But it's fun. I've enjoyed this, and it's something to do. And it's hard to believe, for some people they would say, like, how could you talk for 5 hours? But I got a lot to say. I used to write books, I write songs, and stuff like that. I haven't written books, Codex here, right there, which please buy it. If you've tuned in and if you've gotten any enjoyment out of any segment even of this, you really ought to get that book. And if you've enjoyed any of my music, or put it on your playlist. But see, someone, when you've got a creative mind, an open mind, when you're a thinker, a free thinker and stuff, it's not hard to talk for 5 hours. It sounds crazy, but it's happy hours. It's what I do. I guess maybe I'm annoying. I'm starting to think that, maybe I annoy the few friends that I have by talking too much. But it's just me. And, it's a channel. So this is the Rock Flux channel. This is a guy talking, babbling, having a few beers, smoking a cigar. And this is TV for the 21st century. Maybe you'll learn something, maybe you won't. Maybe it'll open up your, a thought process here or there. Maybe there's something I said that will take you to a different level. Or maybe it's just pure entertainment. Maybe there's people laughing at the whole thing, saying, check this guy out. This is hilarious. That's okay too, And I think, and so it doesn't really matter because you don't have, when you eliminate the ego, then, none of that stuff matters. It's like I keep trying to say, like, my books, I self-publish my books. When I always buy my own books, so I always buy a couple copies, give some out to friends and family. And I keep one, at least one of each for myself. And, I'll go through it and I'll find like an error, somehow, a spell, even though I've read it and proofed it, a spell checker has taken something like where it should be, it's like IT apostrophe S should have been ITS, like in the personal sense, or like there should have been THEIR instead of THY apostrophe RE or THERE, weird things like that. Or sometimes there's a the, like an extra the, for some reason. And in the first couple of books, when that happened, I tried to go back and like re-upload the file, to correct a certain thing here or there. But, now I've gotten to the point where it's like after doing, like I say, 10 books, it's the same as my music. You listen to my songs, it's like, I kind of might slip up on a word or, the guitar lick isn't perfect. The rhythm isn't caught up right, because I'm doing this stuff live and authentic. And that's why I like this so much, because this is me live. And, it's not edited, So you get the mistakes, you get the goofy stuff, you get the good with the bad, whatever. It's just like, it's life as it unfolds. So this is 5 hours of my life on a Friday afternoon, smoking a cigar. My cat already abandoned me. I don't think he's gone. He's abandoned me. So, you are my companion, and at times, the live numbers, went up and they went down. And ultimately now I don't think anybody's watching this live. But they will, somebody will. Nobody will ever make it to this point. And that's why right now I really don't care. I mean, you have to be a madman like me to watch a 5-hour video. I mean, this is classic. 5 hours. A 5-hour movie, all right, is what this is. It's a 5-hour movie. It's a 5-hour documentary. It started out weird. It had some interesting, ups and downs in between there. There was like a segment about an hour or two ago that was really intense, which I'd love to clip out and just have that 2-hour segment as its own thing. And maybe eventually I'll figure that kind of thing out. But you know what? I've lost this, I lost a desire to do that kind of thing. I just because I have no motivation for that. I'd rather someone just fast forward, and skim through it and see if they see something interesting, and then tune in for a little while. I'm not into game playing, because hasn't that been for that one person that may make it to this point, as we approach the end of this video? Hasn't that been the theme throughout this whole thing, is the honesty of truth? Just like that other video I made, the truth and beauty one, which I alluded to earlier, was paying to a guy who, a channel that, which I respected, but put a comment on, and then the comment was deleted. So it's you can't even appreciate somebody else without them somehow, being a prima donna, they just don't get it. And that's the funny thing about life. But this will be here hopefully for posterity. I don't think I've broken any terms of service things, and I'm hoping, despite the fact that I'm a cancer survivor, and knock on wood, I hope I've still got another 10 or 20 years to go, maybe longer if I'm lucky, but at least another dozen years or whatever. And hopefully this is that. I want to see this thing through. I want to see this, this Nova thing happen if it does. I know I can survive the fall of Western civilization and the oncoming, food shortages and stuff like that. I'm well prepared for that. I'm a gardener. I grow my own food. I already live on, 2/3 of the year on my own stuff. I already have my own house, my own property that costs next to nothing to, to live. Don't know what that was. So, and yeah, it's an old house, over 100-year-old house. And I got a leaky roof and stuff like that. But, you could always put a bucket under a leak, if I'm not planning to sell this place. So yeah, I just want to make it. I just want to make it through. I'd like to make it through another 20 years. I don't know what they were talking about. I think it's there's so many different theories on this. I'm done this cigar. But there's different the people that I follow the most, who have they seem to have the soundest, theories on what's going on based on, the archaeological record, historical record, and stuff like that. It seems to be somewhere around 2024, something like that. We're at 2021, so, we're talking about 23 years. So yeah, I'd like to make it another 20 some years to see, what goes on. None of these things, when you talk about, excuse me, predictions of magnetic fields and solar, prominences, solar flares, the sun, ejecting, its outer shell or something like that, or nova or something like that. These things you can't say it's going to happen, at such and such a date, at such and such an hour, and we see the changes already happening. And I'm not talking about climate change or any of that stuff. I'm talking about magnetic fields, that are affecting things, and long-term cycles. It's 5 hours. It just broke the 5-hour mark. So you don't know. It could happen tomorrow. It could happen 20 years from now. But we're in that time frame. So it's a good time to be alive, to watch all these changes in society and civilization. It's like I say, there were, if you look back thousands of years, the last, say, 10 or 20, 12,000 years, and civilizations have risen and fallen. But there were these, 1,000-year periods or centuries of time within that period of time when stuff pretty much remained the same. So the person was born, lived their life, and died, and life pretty much was what it was. Okay. So, we're at a time now, it's like, what was it like when to have born at the end while the Roman Empire was falling, right? And to have lived long enough to have seen its complete collapse. That's like what we are right now. What was it like to have been born when King George was like, in charge of the King of England and the U.S. and the U.S. was rebelling, and then the U.S. Revolution came, and King George lost, and America rose and they came back in the War of 1812, but still, and you happened to have been born in, say, 1760, and you lived to 1840 or something like that, and you watch the birth, the birth of America, the fall of Britain's control, their attempt to come back, and then made it to that point. You know what I mean? There are certain times in history that are worth that, like, you should be grateful that you were alive. When things really happened. That sort of thing. It'd be no different than being around during the civil rights movement or something like that. Watching that stuff happen. To see, to see, someone not be forced to sit in the back of the bus, or to see someone being able to sit at the counter, as absurd as it may sound now to somebody. What was it like, to be treated, to a woman not be able to get a job, to where now you have corporate, CEOs and women, and more and more women in Congress now and stuff like that, and a woman vice president, say, if you're into that whole scene. So it's like the idea of living in times when empires rose and fell, when things, happened, and, it would be no different than even the Civil War, to have been around before it and to have watched it end and to watch the new dynamic come into place. What was it like at the turn of the last century, where, not only the Industrial Revolution, but the Great Migration into the U.S., and then you had child labor, but then you had, and coal miners. So I grew up in an area, the Molly Maguires and things like that, and where people finally, the company store owned you, and you finally had rights, and you lived, and you got a house, and you had a family, and you broke free of that sort of thing. These recurring cycles of life that, on smaller levels and then greater levels. And that's what a lot of people won't even take it beyond this idea of like these 400-year, cycles, and then, multi-thousand-year cycles, and then let alone this 12,000-year cycles, or, or greater cycles beyond that. And I'm glad that I've existed, and come up at a time when I've seen all these great, fantastic things. I've watched technology. I've used technology. I've been able to travel, had this freedom. But all that stuff's being taken away now, and it's gone. And I feel sorry for those who can't, do what I did. The freedom, that I had. And just how much fun it was and what it was like to just get up and go and do whatever and all that stuff. So I'm very grateful for my life, and the crowning, the icing on the cake, the cherry on the the sundae, or whatever you want to call it, the banana split, for me is to make it, to see this whole cycle end, to be around for it. I wouldn't fear that wave coming over, that wave higher than I could even see. It would be the idea of going like, yeah, what a fitting way, to see, to be around for the, for all practical purposes, for the end of the world, or at least my world, and then whatever cycle would come after that. So anyway, I think I'm going to end this. I'm going to put a little tweet here. I don't know if these things are preserved or not, but I'm going to say, thanks again for watching. I'm signing off after 5 hours. After 5 hours. We'll just say 5 hours. It's 5 hours and 6 minutes, but who cares? Cheers. Just posted that. And I'm going to say end stream. And if you made it to this point, what a trip. And I know. I mean, I'm a trippy character. Read my books, and you even and listen to the music, and you'll really get it. But anyway, forget about that. That's just like, what do they call that? It's like a cheap sell thing or something like that. It's like, don't read my books. I don't care. But thanks for watching this far, or at least even skipping forward to watch it this far. Take care and have a wonderful life, and make it through this whole thing. I'm going to keep doing these things, but I'm not going to do these 5 hours things anymore. I mean, I'll do the hour ones, but yeah. Anyway, take care. Thanks again.